chaos. What began as a small health scare, King Harris had every—
You won't believe what just went—
I dare you to say that again.
Breaking news.
I gotta
T.I. and that little bat is King Harris.
misses, you know what I'm saying? You have been challenged, sir. You have been challenged, sir. Hook the motherfucking speakers up. God damn it. Hook this shit up. Let's get this shit on. I'm tired of talking about it. Tired of talking about this shit. Then that's what it was about. You know what I'm saying? Now, they're about, oh, you playing? Okay, you gonna play. All right, cool. But how about fuck all of it?
So y'all talked about it, you saying?
Mm-hmm.
You went out there.
Years ago. Years ago we spoke about
I
it.
think it'd be a great battle, though.
New explosive footage of 50 Cent and T.I. clashing has completely taken over the internet, and people can't stop talking about it. The clip spread across social media like wildfire, with fans replaying every second trying to figure out what really happened. And when you see the moment things spiraled out of control, you'll understand why even a real police department reportedly stepped in and made it clear this situation was bigger than a normal celebrity argument.
God damn it. Y'all goddamn set a time. Set a motherfucking time and let's go. Tired of talking. Shit. This man been goddamn picking on people for so long. Man been bullying y'all, throwing motherfuckers around. Bring your ass on out, 50. Let's see what this shit gonna be back. Alright?
What started as casual talk about a friendly Verzuz-style music battle quickly turned into something far more personal and chaotic. The tension exploded into one of the wildest rap feuds hip-hop has seen in years, the kind of drama that had fans comparing it to when Drake and Kendrick had the entire internet in meltdown mode. But the real shock came when the conflict crossed a line nobody expected. By early March, the feud had grown into something much deeper than rap bars. It became a family war. T.I.'s sons, King Harris and Damani Harris, were no longer just watching from the sidelines.
50 Cent music ain't terrible, but the thing is, he can't compete.
Right.
This ain't the way you can compete, because it's like you're gonna have to drop 3 dishes to even catch up. And you gotta drop them in 3 different forms. You gotta drop one being lyrical, you gotta drop one being sentimental, and you gotta drop one being very disrespectful.
I think the best thing for 50 to do is not drop anything, just to bow out gracefully.
Yeah, just say, bro, y'all got it.
They jumped directly into the fight, dropping diss tracks aimed straight at 50 Cent, leaving the internet stunned at how far this situation had escalated. King Harris stepped into the spotlight on March 6th and wasted no time firing back. He dropped a track called Drop Top, and from the first seconds, it was obvious this wasn't some soft attempt to defend his father. King went straight at 50 Cent, mocking how he handled the feud and taking shots at the way 50 used the Power theme song as a jab against the Harris family. King made it clear he believed that move was weak. In his lyrics, he suggested it looked like something a man would do when he doesn't want to step onto a stage and settle things like real artists do. The energy was loud, aggressive, and people online immediately started paying attention to what he was saying. But King Harris didn't stop with just music. In one of the most shocking moves of the entire feud, he began selling merchandise called Ms. Jackson OG packs. The products featured 50 Cent's photo and referenced the name of 50's late mother. Fans instantly realized this wasn't random. It was a calculated shot designed to push the feud into deeply personal territory, and the internet exploded with reactions the moment people noticed it. Reaction videos started flooding every corner of the internet within hours. Commentary channels, hip-hop bloggers, and fans all jumped in to break down every line. What shocked people even more was the reaction from some of 50 Cent's own supporters. A few of the loudest voices who had been backing him during the feud suddenly went quiet, realizing this situation was getting far more serious than anyone expected. Then Damani Harris stepped in with his own diss track titled $Why. This record came from a completely different angle, but it hit just as hard. Instead of going after 50's career or his family history, Damani brought up the domestic violence allegations that had been publicly discussed by Daphne Joy, 50 Cent's former girlfriend. The moment those claims entered the conversation, the entire tone of the feud changed. What had started as hip-hop entertainment suddenly turned into deeply personal warfare, with both sides dragging up stories many people in the industry preferred to keep buried. Watching everything spiral out of control, T.I. later admitted in an interview that none of this actually made him happy. He explained that for years, he had tried to keep King Harris, especially, away from the kind of street-level rap conflicts that had nearly derailed his own career in the past. Seeing his son step directly into that fire, even while defending the family name, was something T.I. described as painful. But by that point, the momentum was already building. The drama had taken on a life of its own. Now, in hip-hop, when artists feel disrespected, the usual response is simple. They head to the studio, record a diss track, and let the music speak for them. But 50 Cent has never been a typical artist. When it came time to answer the Harris family's attacks, 50 didn't grab a notebook and start writing bars. Instead, he used something far bigger, his television empire. In a move that caught even his critics off guard, he buried his response inside the official theme song for Power Origins, the newest chapter in the hugely successful Power franchise. It was a strategic play that instantly got people talking. The track featured Leon Thomas, and at first glance, it looked like nothing more than promotion for the new show. But listeners who paid close attention started noticing something interesting hidden in the lyrics. Some lines appeared to reference the sexual assault allegations that had been publicly discussed about T.Y. and Tiny Harris in previous years. That's when fans realized this wasn't just music. This was a calculated message. 50 Cent wasn't simply responding to the feud. He was doing something much smarter. Instead of dropping a traditional diss track that might trend for a few days and disappear, he placed his response inside a streaming theme song connected to a major TV franchise. That meant the song could generate revenue, promote his brand, and keep the conversation alive for years. Fans online noticed immediately, and the reactions exploded across social media. One comment that went massively viral summed up the entire situation perfectly. Someone wrote, "Most men write a diss track to get a reaction. 50 Cent composes a theme song to get a residual check." That line spread across the internet even faster than the song itself, and it perfectly captured why T.I. and his camp found the move so frustrating. 50 wasn't just arguing back. He was monetizing the feud. When 50 finally posted the track publicly, his caption was classic 50 Cent. Short, cold, and straight to the point. "Lol, they gonna learn to leave me alone." No long explanation, no emotional rant, no dramatic diss track rollout. Just a quiet, ruthless move that said everything while technically saying nothing. Meanwhile, T.I. had originally wanted something completely different. A real showdown on a Verzoos stage with bright lights, a crowd watching, and both artists going hit for hit with decades of music history. What T.I. expected was a direct battle. What he actually got was something very different, a subtle jab hidden inside a TV soundtrack. And that move irritated his camp immediately. But the situation was still mostly verbal sparring at that point. The real explosion came a little later, during one moment that completely flipped the tone of the feud. It happened the instant 50 Cent posted an unflattering photo of Tiny Harris, T.I.'s wife, along with a caption warning, T.I. to keep his name out of the conversation. The post spread across social media in minutes, and the reaction was instantly divided. Half of the internet laughed and treated it like classic 50-cent trolling. The other half felt uncomfortable, because going after someone's wife publicly is a line many hip-hop fans consider a serious escalation. Suddenly, the feud didn't feel like entertainment anymore. But the drama didn't stop there. Not long after, 50 made another post comparing King Harris to the internet meme Pepe the Frog. The post included a visual joke aimed directly at King's appearance. At that point, it was clear the conflict had moved beyond music. It wasn't about records, charts, or legacy anymore. It had become personal. Then King Harris answered in a way that shocked almost everyone watching. He appeared publicly wearing a t-shirt printed with the face of 50 Cent's late mother. Photos of King wearing that shirt spread across social media at a speed that felt unreal. The image immediately became one of the most talked-about moments of the entire feud. Later on, T.I. admitted that seeing that photo was painful. He understood why his son felt the need to defend the family, but he also said that was the moment he personally wished things had never gone that far. There's an old rule everyone in hip-hop understands. When family gets involved, everything changes. Once someone crosses that line, the other side usually feels justified doing the same. And that moment didn't stay isolated for long. Not long after the shirt incident started spreading online, Benzino, the rapper and media personality who had recently been recovering after being hit by a vehicle in an unrelated situation, appeared in a street interview wearing the same shirt featuring the image of 50 Cent's late mother. Looking straight into the camera, he calmly said the Harris family had already defeated 50 in this situation. Coming from Benzino, someone who has spent years involved in high-profile rap conflicts, that statement carried weight. To many viewers, it sounded almost like an announcement that parts of the culture had picked a side in the feud. Then Rick Ross added even more fuel to the situation by jumping into social media comment sections and publicly supporting King Harris. At that point, it started to look like an informal alliance was forming around the growing anti-50 conversation online. Meanwhile, I wasn't slowing down on the music side either. He dropped 4 diss tracks back-to-back: War, The Right One, Lessons, and What Bully. Each record came out quickly after the last, and the lyrics grew sharper every time. The run reminded fans that when T.I. is fully locked in, he's still one of the most skilled rappers in the game. Then came one of the strangest moments of the entire saga. The South Fulton Police Department, which oversees the Atlanta area where much of this drama was unfolding, actually posted a message on Facebook saying they had received calls about the feud. Their official statement was simple and almost humorous. The situation, they explained, was completely outside their investigative jurisdiction. That police post ended up going viral on its own. It spread across social media completely separate from the music, and for a brief moment, it gave everyone watching, no matter which side they supported, something to actually laugh about. But to understand how this entire situation exploded, you have to rewind back to early February 2026 to a podcast couch where T.I. sat down with Shannon Sharpe and Chad Ochocinco on their popular show, Nightcap. What T.I. revealed during that conversation wasn't just casual frustration, it sounded like a serious accusation. And the moment people heard it, the internet started paying very close attention. During the interview, T.I. publicly claimed, for the first time, that he and 50 Cent had already reached a private agreement to do a versus battle. According to T.I., this wasn't a rumor or fan speculation. He said the two of them had actually talked about it directly. They had conversations about how the event could work, what the format might look like, and when it could happen. I explained that based on those talks, he believed both sides were moving forward together. But then, according to him, everything suddenly flipped. T.I. said that when the idea became public, 50 Cent started acting like the entire conversation had never happened. Instead of confirming the plan, 50 laughed about the Verzoos idea in public interviews, played confused, and made it look like I was randomly chasing a battle that had never been discussed. The expression on T.I.'s face during the interview told viewers everything they needed to know. As he explained the situation, his frustration was obvious. His words were direct and hard to misunderstand. He said, "We talked about this. When I jumped out there, he acted like he didn't know what was going on." That moment revealed something deeper than a simple rap rivalry. To T.I., it felt like a personal betrayal, not just competition between artists, but the feeling of being made to look foolish by someone he believed had already made a private agreement with him. I also made it clear that his feelings toward 50 Cent had moved far beyond simple frustration. During the interview, he didn't hold back at all. He said plainly, "I don't want to stand on stage with him. I don't respect him." Those two sentences changed everything. In that moment, any remaining chance of a peaceful resolution disappeared, and the internet suddenly realized this feud had officially turned into a full-blown war. But 50 Cent's reaction to the interview wasn't what many people expected. Instead of directly responding to the Verzoos accusation, 50 went in a completely different direction. He dug deep into the archives and resurfaced an old Crime Stoppers advertisement and court footage connected to T.I. Then he posted the clips across his social media with a caption calling him King Rat. That move instantly reignited one of the most damaging accusations that has followed T.I. for years. The claim that he had cooperated with law enforcement in the past to reduce his prison sentence. The rumor had been circulating in parts of hip-hop culture since 2007, and 50 knew exactly how sensitive that subject still was in certain circles. Meanwhile, King Harris wasn't staying quiet while his family was being attacked. After watching 50 mock his father's wife and bring up old legal controversies, King responded with his own argument. He referenced the well-known story of 50 Cent surviving 9 gunshots earlier in his life. But instead of praising that survival story the way many fans usually do, King framed it differently. He suggested that 50 had built a reputation as someone who targets people publicly and uses his massive platform to embarrass others who don't have the same reach. At that point, the feud had developed multiple layers: family, reputation, history, and pride. And every single one of them had become deeply personal. And the truth is, none of this tension appeared overnight. To understand why the 2026 version of this conflict exploded so quickly and spread across the internet like wildfire, you have to look at what had already been building between these camps for years. To really understand this conflict, you have to rewind nearly 20 years, back to a time when both of these men were dominating hip-hop in completely different ways. The tension didn't start recently. The seeds were planted long ago, during an era when T.I. and 50 Cent were two of the most powerful figures in the entire industry. Around 2006 and into 2007, T.I. was at a level of influence that almost felt unreal. His claim to the title King of the South wasn't just talk. It was backed by platinum albums, sold-out arenas, and a cultural impact across Atlanta and the southern United States that reshaped the rap landscape. His music, his style, and his presence were everywhere. At the same time, 50 Cent was running the game from a completely different angle. Coming off the massive success of Get Rich or Die Tryin', one of the most commercially successful debut albums in hip-hop history, 50 had built an empire around G-Unit. His influence stretched far beyond music into television, film projects, and major brand partnerships. Both men were powerful, respected, and fiercely competitive. Then, everything changed in late 2007. T.I. was arrested during a federal sting operation after attempting to purchase illegal automatic weapons, including machine guns and suppressors, from an undercover agent. The arrest instantly became national news and dominated headlines everywhere. But what happened next is what truly created the controversy that still follows him today. T.I. eventually accepted a plea agreement that resulted in a prison sentence many observers described as surprisingly light, considering the seriousness of the charges. That outcome immediately sparked speculation across parts of the hip-hop community. Some people began suggesting that he must have cooperated with federal authorities in exchange for the reduced sentence. The snitch label attached itself to T.Y.'s name almost overnight. And even though T.I. has repeatedly and strongly denied those claims, the rumor never fully disappeared from the conversation. Those rumors didn't disappear with time. They followed T.I. through major milestones in his career, resurfacing again and again whenever his name entered a heated conversation. And 50 Cent recognized an opportunity in that situation, an opportunity he didn't hesitate to use. He began publicly calling T.I. a snitch, repeating the accusation across interviews and social media. With 50's enormous platform and influence, the claim quickly reached every corner of the hip-hop world. Whether people believed it or not, the conversation had already taken on a life of its own. For T.I., that kind of public attack coming from someone with 50's reach wasn't something that could easily be ignored or forgotten. It planted a deep seed of resentment between the two artists, a quiet tension that continued to grow behind the scenes for more than 15 years. Over time, though, it sometimes looked like the feud might soften. During the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, when the music industry had slowed down and artists were connecting with fans online more than ever, T.I. took a moment on social media to wish 50 Cent a happy birthday. In the same post, he also suggested something interesting, a versus battle between them. To many fans, it felt like a peace offering with a challenge attached. But 50's response came quickly, and it was far from enthusiastic. He laughed the idea off publicly, treated it like a joke, and showed no serious interest in making the battle happen. That rejection clearly stung, but T.I. didn't completely abandon the idea. Later on, at the premiere event for 50's hit series BMF, T.I. brought the subject up again, this time face-to-face and in front of a crowd. He pressed 50 directly about the versus idea, hoping for a different answer. Once again, 50 declined. This time, the refusal felt less like a simple scheduling issue and more like something personal. Yet behind the scenes, according to sources close to both camps, the situation might have been more complicated. Reports suggested that the two men had actually been in private discussions in Los Angeles, talking about collaborations, promotional appearances, and eventually even reaching a verbal agreement to move forward with the versus battle. And that's exactly why everything that exploded in February and March of 2026 felt so intense. If those private talks really happened, then from T.Y.'s perspective, 50 didn't just reject the battle. He reversed course without warning, leaving T.I. looking like he had made the entire plan up. When you strip away the memes, the merchandise, and the diss tracks, what remains is something much bigger than a normal rap feud. This entire situation reveals something fascinating about where hip-hop stands in 2026 and what it really means to be a rap legend in the era of social media warfare. Because at its core, this feud isn't simply about two men with old grudges finally losing patience with each other. It's actually a clash between two completely different philosophies about power, and about how that power should be used. Throughout the conflict, T.I.'s strategy has followed what many fans would recognize as the traditional code of hip-hop. When someone disrespects you, you respond with music. You go bar for bar, track for track, and if necessary, you stand on a stage and let the crowd decide who wins. That's exactly what T.I. tried to do. He recorded music, dropped 4 diss tracks in rapid succession, appeared in interviews, and spoke openly about how he felt. Over and over again, he challenged 50 Cent to meet him in an arena where lyrical skill would be the deciding factor. For fans who grew up with that version of hip-hop, watching that approach felt familiar and satisfying. But 50 Cent's strategy operated on a completely different level. He never released a traditional diss track. He never agreed to the Versus battle. Instead, he turned social media into his battlefield. He used memes, trolling, and strategic posts to keep the conversation spinning, pushing his opponent's emotions while entertaining millions of viewers at the same time. He even embedded his response inside a television project connected to the Power franchise, meaning the feud could generate attention and revenue, no matter how the argument ended. Then, just as quickly, he deleted some of the most controversial posts, leaving the internet arguing about them long after they disappeared. After weeks of chaos, 50 Cent suddenly posted a photo of himself sitting comfortably on a private jet with a caption that read something like, "I'm out of here. Y'all hurt my feelings." On the surface, it sounded like he was walking away from the situation. But almost everyone online understood exactly what it really was, another calculated move. Fans quickly pointed out that 50 wasn't retreating at all. He was simply shifting the spotlight again, keeping people talking while stepping back just enough to let the drama keep circulating on its own. And in the middle of all that chaos, something interesting happened for T.I. His comeback single, Let Him Know, suddenly climbed to the #1 spot on urban radio while the feud was at its peak. Whether the timing was intentional or pure coincidence, the impact was obvious. T.I. was getting streams, media attention, and being pulled back into major hip-hop conversations he hadn't been part of for years. That led to a question many fans started debating online. Did 50 Cent accidentally help revive T.I.'s momentum simply by engaging with him instead of ignoring the challenge? Comment sections, podcasts, and hip-hop blogs quickly began comparing the situation to Drake versus Kendrick, another feud where the cultural moment became just as important as the music itself. Some people were debating who won the individual exchanges, while others focused on the bigger question: who actually controlled the narrative of the moment? Eventually, T.I. drew his own line when he saw the photo of his son, King Harris, wearing the shirt with 50 Cent's mother on it. That was the moment he publicly decided things had gone far enough. His message was calm but serious. He said, "Y'all chill out, bro." For someone who had been matching every move in the feud, that short statement carried a lot of weight. It wasn't a rapper talking anymore. It was a father deciding the situation was getting too personal. Soon after that, 50 quietly removed some of his most controversial posts, then shared the now famous private jet photo. With that final message about his hurt feelings, he essentially ended his involvement, leaving fans to debate who really won. But one thing is clear. In 2026, rap battles aren't fought only in studios anymore. They're fought through memes, interviews, streaming charts, and social media strategy. And this feud proved that sometimes the biggest victory isn't the loudest diss track, it's controlling the conversation itself. If you want more breakdowns of the biggest rap drama and industry stories, make sure you subscribe to Juicy Reels so you don't miss the next wild chapter.
You think something happened at 18 years old, right? You gonna hold how vocal he is. I've been around this. You gonna hold that in all them damn time? All this damn time for 20-something years, you gonna hold that in? And it finally came?
Yeah. 3302 check. Can you give me the 108 number that shows up on this radio, please? 1977.
Did Boozy really just drop the bomb that King Harris jumped his own dad right after getting out of jail? Because the way he spoke, it didn't sound like some internet rumor. It sounded real, like a man who'd actually seen something twisted go down behind closed doors. He wasn't laughing or clout chasing this time. His voice was cold, serious, like someone tired of watching the truth get buried for too long. And the wild part, he didn't even have to say names. Fans instantly connected the dots the second he opened his mouth. The tone, the shade, the tension, it all screamed.
I'm saying, so it's like I'm in control of what you see and what you know what I'm saying? So I would rather that. And I genuinely just like talking to my supporters. Like,
one thing, something ugly went down between King and T.I. The internet detectives wasted no time pulling clips, matching dates, and comparing energy between the two. Boozy wasn't protecting nobody's reputation this time. He was exposing something. For months, people been watching King spiral out of control. Fights in public, messy arrests, baby mama drama, talking like he's the biggest gangster alive. And now this? Boozy basically dropped a hint that King and his father's tension might have exploded into something real, something physical. And fans can't stop asking the question, did King actually swing on his own dad? Some fans are convinced Boozy was talking about a real fight.
And this is the exact reason why I think getting a DNA test for fathers should be mandatory, because it's so many men out here that raise children and don't even know that the child is not theirs.
Between T.I. and King after King got out of jail. And if that's true, then this isn't just family tension anymore. This is a straight up war between a rap legend trying to hold onto his legacy and a son determined to prove he's grown, no matter how wild or reckless it looks. The idea of father and son actually throwing hands, that's deeper than drama. It's a full-blown family explosion that nobody saw coming. But let's be real. King Harris didn't just wake up one day and decide to turn up like this. His bad boy image has been brewing for a minute. You could almost see it coming. The attitude, the arrogance, the chaos. Remember that Waffle House incident? The one where King was caught on camera arguing with the workers, yelling like he ran the whole spot, threatening people, and acting completely out of pocket. That clip went crazy online. People were calling him spoiled, lost, and disconnected from reality. And yeah, everyone remembers that video. It went viral faster than anything else he's ever done. The internet roasted him non-stop, saying he was trying too hard to be tough when he grew up rich. That moment alone showed the world that King was spiraling, desperate to prove something that maybe didn't even need proving. That viral video left fans stunned. How could the son of T.I. and Tiny be out here talking tough about street life when he literally admitted on camera that he grew up mostly at his grandma's house? People weren't buying the act for a second. It wasn't shade, it was receipts. The internet came with screenshots, clips, and quotes, all proving what many had been saying for years. King's been cosplaying a lifestyle he never really lived. Comment sections lit up with people saying things like, he's chasing a hood image that doesn't belong to him, and he wants street cred so bad, he's willing to crash out for it. It's wild, but they might not be wrong, because lately, it's been looking like King's willing to risk everything, his family name, his reputation, even his future, just to prove he's real. But underneath all that chaos, there's something deeper going on. This isn't just rebellion, it's identity. King's been fighting to escape the massive shadow of his father, the king of the South himself. Living up to that kind of legacy, that's pressure that could crush anyone. Every bad move, every viral moment, it all screams the same message loud and clear. I don't want to be known as T.I.'s son anymore. Then came the breaking point, the arrest. Cameras caught King getting dragged out in handcuffs, his face tight with frustration, not fear. And when that clip hit social media, fans couldn't believe their eyes. Instead of looking scared, he looked annoyed, like it was just another day in his version of keeping it real. That clip exploded online, fast. The comments were brutal and everyone had something to say. It wasn't just trending, it took over the internet. Every blog, every gossip page, every reaction video. Everyone was talking about King Harris and what looked like the fall of a famous family brand. The next day, Ty tried to play it cool by going live, saying he had already talked to King and that he and the rest of the family were perplexed by the situation, but you could see it in his face. He wasn't angry. He was tired. That wasn't a man defending his son. It was a father trying to keep control while watching things spiral out of his hands. Still, fans believe that behind those calm words, things inside the Harris home were boiling. Because, let's be honest, King's arrest might have been the exact moment T.I. realized his son's behavior wasn't just embarrassing, it was dangerous. One more wrong move and the whole Harris brand could collapse. You can picture it. The argument behind closed doors, T.I. trying to talk sense into his son, pleading for him to chill before it's too late, and King shouting back that his dad doesn't understand him, that he's not trying to live under that perfect image anymore. And when King finally got released, that's when things really exploded. Word on the streets, and even some insider whispers, say King showed up at T.I.'s house furious, blaming his dad for not stepping in during his arrest. That's where people believe the King jumped T.I. rumor started. Some say it was a shouting match, others swear it got physical, but either way, that night changed everything. From that point on, fans could feel it. The whole Harris family's energy was off, cold and tense, like something serious had gone down. After that night, fans started watching everything. Who spoke up, who stayed silent, and who suddenly changed their tone. That's when Boosie jumped into the mix, and the story got way messier. His words didn't sound like gossip. They hit with weight, like someone who actually knew the players involved. And that's because Boosie's not some outsider throwing shade from the sidelines. His own son, Tootie Raw, hangs out with King all the time. They've shot music videos together, posted clips online, even flashed weapons in a few of them. Wild stuff that's gotten both families side-eyed. Boosie's had to step in before, trying to calm the boys down before they did something stupid. He knows firsthand how fast young rappers can crash when they start believing their own hype. So when he started hinting that T.I.'s version of events wasn't adding up, fans didn't take it lightly. They started connecting the dots immediately. Maybe Boosie heard what really happened through Tootie. Or maybe he already knew exactly how deep the drama went between T.I. and King that night. And the way Boosie spoke, it didn't sound like he was coming from hate. It sounded like pain, like a man who's watched this movie before. A young artist spiraling into trouble, chasing street respect while his father watches in disbelief. You could almost hear the frustration in his tone, like he was saying, I've been in this game 20 years and never folded. Don't let your son fall where others did. Maybe this wasn't about tearing T.I. down at all. Maybe Boosie was trying to warn him that fame, ego, and pride can turn family into enemies if you don't check it fast. People online started asking, why can't y'all handle your own house? And just when that conversation started catching fire, things took a crazy new turn. Around that same time, King's name got pulled into another wave of rumors. A supposed leaked tape involving his baby mama, and even talk about whether he was the real father. It was messy, wild, and spreading faster than anyone could control. Fans jumped straight into detective mode, tossing out theories, screenshots, and wild claims left and right. For T.I., it had to be another PR nightmare. Imagine trying to protect your son's name while he's trending every other week for fights, arrests, or relationship drama. It was like every time T.I. tried to clean things up, another scandal popped up out of nowhere. But instead of laying low, King did the opposite. He kept posting, clapping back, arguing online, trying to prove he wasn't the one being played. Every move he made just pulled him deeper into the chaos. That's when word got out that T.I. had finally had enough. He allegedly told people he didn't want the Harris name getting dragged into any more drama. He'd built an empire, music, TV, family shows, and now it was all being overshadowed by his son's reckless behavior. Even if some of those rumors were exaggerated, the damage was already done. King's image was wrecked, and T.I. was done playing the role of fixer. After everything that went down, T.I. just went silent. No posts, no interviews, no public statements, nothing but whispers from people close to the family saying he was over it. Completely drained from trying to hold things together while the world watched his family fall apart online. Word is, T.I. made one quiet but powerful move behind the scenes. He cut King off. No more studio budgets, no promo money, no legal help, nothing. Just straight up distance. And when someone like T.I. goes silent, that silence screams louder than any press statement ever could. This wasn't a dad giving up. It was a businessman protecting the empire he spent decades building. Because for T.I., legacy is everything. The Harris name is supposed to stand for success, respect, and longevity, not endless drama and scandals. So when Boosie started calling T.I. out, saying he wasn't keeping it real, or that his version of events didn't line up, maybe it wasn't pure shade. Maybe Boosie wasn't attacking. Maybe he was reminding him. Sometimes walking away doesn't mean you're strong. It means you're done fighting. And that's what makes this whole dynamic so complicated. These two, T.I. and Boosie, they go way back. Two Southern rap legends, two kings of their own lanes, one sharing nothing but respect. They were cool for years, performing at the same events, giving each other props in interviews, even showing brotherly love in public. But everything started to fall apart when that snitch paperwork controversy hit the fan. Boosie went public, questioning T.I.'s integrity, and T.I. didn't stay quiet. He clapped back hard. From that moment, their bond cracked wide open, and it's never been the same since. What used to be mutual respect turned into quiet tension, low-key shots, and cryptic posts. And that's the genius in Boosie's style. He never says names directly. He just throws the hints out, lets fans connect the dots, and watches the internet explode. He knows exactly how to stir the pot without ever touching the spoon. Boosie knows the game too well. He doesn't have to say a name to make the whole internet light up. Every time he speaks, fans start decoding every word, every pause, every look. It's almost like he's mastered the art of starting fires without ever striking the match. And this time, his words hit even harder because everyone knew exactly who he was talking about, T.I. and King. What makes it even crazier is how deep the irony runs. Boosie's been through everything: fame, jail, betrayal, the whole industry turning on him, and he's still standing. So when he talks about fathers losing control of their sons, it feels personal. He's seen too many young rappers crash out trying to prove something that doesn't need proving. So when he said, "I've survived this world for 20 years without folding," it wasn't just a flex, it was a warning. Meanwhile, King's out here doubling down, acting unbothered, posting like he's bulletproof. Every move he makes just keeps fans guessing. Is he rebelling or crying out for help? And T.I., staying quiet through it all, gives the whole story this eerie tension, like everyone's waiting for the next explosion. Now people are divided, half saying Boosie's just stirring up old drama for clicks. The other half saying he's speaking hard truths that nobody else will say out loud. And honestly, both might be true, because Boosie's never been scared to call things how he sees them, even if it means burning bridges. At this point, the situation between the Harris family and Boosie feels less like hip-hop gossip and more like a slow-motion car crash that nobody can look away from. Everyone's watching, waiting, and whispering, "What's next?" Because if this is how it's unraveling now, the next chapter could shake the whole Southern rap scene to its core. So stay tuned, because if Boosie's still talking, this story's far from over. And if you want the real breakdowns before the headlines twist it, hit that subscribe button on Juicy Reel, where the truth always comes with a little extra heat. After all the back and forth, fans started digging even deeper, and that's when the story hit another shocking layer. Some insiders began whispering that Boosie wasn't just talking from the sidelines. He might have actually witnessed part of the fallout between T.I. and King himself. Suddenly, every clip, every post, every cryptic comment from Boosie started making a lot more sense. He wasn't guessing, he was hinting, and you could feel the tension building like a storm ready to break. T.I.'s silence grew louder, King's antics got bolder, and Boosie's shade got sharper. It felt like each man was playing chess in public. One wrong move, and the whole board could flip. Fans started debating nonstop. Was Boosie exposing the truth, or just adding fuel to chaos? Was T.I. really stepping back to protect his legacy? Or because he couldn't control his son anymore? What really made it hit hard was the emotional weight behind it all. This wasn't just industry beef. It was family business turned public spectacle. A father trying to protect his name, a son desperate to prove he's his own man, and a friend turned critic watching it all unfold with that "I told you so" energy. Every headline, every live stream, every rumor just made the story bigger, and the silence from T. I made it feel real. Meanwhile, King's online presence only added fuel to the fire. One day he's flexing in designer clothes. The next, he's snapping at fans for calling him spoiled. Every post looked like a mix of pride and pain, rebellion and confusion. The kid clearly wants to be respected, but the harder he pushes, the more the internet pushes back. And Boozy, he's sitting back, watching it all unfold, probably knowing he just shook up the culture again. Because whether you love him or hate him, when Boozy speaks, people listen. Boozy barely has to say a word anymore. He just lets the internet do the talking for him. He plays the role of the wise veteran, speaking on loyalty, realness, and survival, while sliding in just enough shade to keep the blogs working overtime. It's genius and messy at the same time. Some people think he's just being petty, but maybe, just maybe, he actually cares. Watching T.I.'s family crumble in public might have hit a little too close to home for him. After all, his own son, Tootie Raw, runs with King, so maybe Boozy's not throwing shots. Maybe he's sending warnings. This is what happens when fame makes you forget who you are, Boozy seemed to be saying without ever saying it directly. And right now, T.I. and King look like two men fighting on opposite sides of the same story. One's trying to protect the name built on respect, while the other's desperate to break free from it, no matter the cost. It's father versus son, legacy versus rebellion. And Boozy, he's right there in the middle, stirring the pot and making sure the world sees every crack. Nobody really knows if T.I. and King will ever fix what's broken, but one thing's crystal clear. This isn't just family tension anymore. It's a legacy unraveling right in front of millions of eyes. A father's pride, a son's rebellion, and a friend turned commentator watching it all burn slow. And as wild as it sounds, it's not even fun to watch anymore. It's tragic. The Harris name used to mean unity, success, and power. But now it's become a headline, a cautionary tale about how fast fame can turn family into front page chaos. Stick around and hit that juicy real subscribe button, because this story might be wrapping up. But the fallout? Oh, that's just getting started.
If you get a chance, yes, sir. Please tell 50 bring his ass on out here and get this smoke. Oh, Jesus. Please tell 50 Cent get his hit records and come on and sit down and see what the South got to say.
Now here's where it gets messy. I later broke it down and said the whole Verzuz idea was already discussed behind closed doors. According to him, he and 50 had conversations about it privately, and that call-out moment on the phone was part of the rollout strategy. It wasn't random, it wasn't desperate, it was supposed to be promo. But instead of playing along, 50 acted like I came at him out of nowhere. And if you know 50, you know how this goes. He saw the clip, smelled opportunity, and started trolling heavy. That's his playbook. He pokes, he laughs, he posts, and somehow people still take the bait every single time.
Okay, so first, it was really about celebrating each other's catalog. Me and the nigga talked back there, bro. And I told him, I said, well, I'm gonna jump out there first, and then you just gonna jump out there and we'll line it up. And he said, all right. And when I jump out there, nigga act like he ain't know what the fuck going on. Nigga just say you don't want to do it.
A lot of people still haven't figured out that this is 50's favorite move. He throws a spark, watches it blow up, and somehow the spotlight swings right back to him. That's exactly what happened here. After that old clip started making noise, 50 jumped in and commented, "King Rat." Real subtle, right? I did not let that slide. He fired back saying, "You playing on my name when only one of us is a rat in real life. You know I got your paperwork right and my transcript is available online. Your excuses is useless. Get your OA up in the box or shut the F up and live in fear. You soft son. That response was loud and direct. That's when 50 turned it up. He started posting old court clips of T.I. testifying during his gun charge case. He also reposted a court-ordered public service announcement T.I. had to film back in the day. And online, people instantly started whispering the same word again. Snitch. 50 knew exactly what he was doing by putting those clips back into circulation. From there, it got even more personal.
Chad, I want to say something about my mama. Your mama dead as nigga. Your mama dead as Go dig her up. Go dig her up. Post a picture of your motherfucking mama. Nigga, she dead, nigga. Pay respect, nigga. Stop fucking playing with my mama, nigga. How y'all bitch niggas raised? I'm not raised like that. I don't go. I'm not going about my mama, nigga. I'm not going. So tell your dead ass mama dig her ass up and post a picture that look better than my motherfucking mama, nigga. Nigga posting my mama a motherfucking legend. Your mama a motherfucking J, nigga. We on a whole different ball game, nigga. We got a whole different type of level of respect around here, nigga. You a whole ass nigga.
I dropped a diss track after 50 brought up Tiny. And let's be honest, 50 has a pattern of dragging women into his online battles. He's clashed publicly with Clarissa Shields, Naturi Naughton, Lil Kim, and others before. This time, he even posted a photo of Tiny, T.I., and their son King, pushing the tension even further. Now it's not just rap ego, it's family involved, and that always makes it escalate fast. But King was not about to let that slide. He made it clear. We're not going for it. And when he stepped in loud. He took the situation straight to 50 and didn't hold back at all. You could see the emotion behind it. That's his mother being talked about. Of course he reacted. Anybody with loyalty would feel some type of way. At the same time, things get tricky when the conversation drifts into disrespect territory, especially when it touches sensitive lines. That's when it stops being just rap and turns personal real quick. Still, King stood firm. He didn't fold, he didn't soften it, he kept applying pressure. Meanwhile, 50 kept trolling like nothing could shake him, all while promoting his Broadway play. Every post felt calculated. Every clip had timing behind it. When 50 shared another video of people clowning Tiny, King snapped again. And whether people agree or not, you can't deny he defended his family with full energy. He even dropped a diss track aimed at 50 and kept firing shots online. This wasn't a quick reaction. This turned into a full-on standoff. King came out swinging. He said, "You think you raising a man, having him sit on your lap as a teenager? That's a 304, sir." He wasn't trying to be polite. He was trying to embarrass him publicly. Then he doubled down and posted old throwback photos of 50 holding adult props from a past promotional shoot. In the caption, he wrote, "No AI Curtis the Johnson juggler. This the magic stick you talking about. I just know this tough and buff man ain't out here." He was clearly aiming to flip 50's own image against him, and he kept pushing. This is what you gotta do to sell out Broadway, huh? 50. Keep posting Lil N. You got the right ones this time. Dang. Ms. Jackson, your son, a freaky man. Wish you was here to whoop his A. King wasn't slowing down at all. Every post felt more personal than the last. Then things took an even darker turn. King brought up past allegations involving 50's history with domestic violence. He referenced claims from 50's child's mother, Shaniqua Tompkins, who previously accused him of serious misconduct, including allegations that he was connected to a house fire involving her and her children. Those claims have been publicly discussed for years, though strongly denied. Whether true or not, bringing that back into the spotlight raised the temperature instantly. At that point, this wasn't trolling anymore. This was a full character war playing out in real time. I also remember Shaniqua going live and speaking out again about 50. She didn't hold back. She painted a picture of a man with unresolved issues and a long list of past drama. And that's the part people keep bringing up. If you've got history that messy, why move so bold when you come at others? A lot of critics say 50 has a pattern when it comes to women. He's clashed publicly with several high-profile women over the years, and that reputation follows him. That's why some feel he shouldn't be so quick to attack families the way he does. When you move like that, people start digging. Then things stretched even wider. Tina Knowles stepped in with a supportive post about Tiny during the back and forth with the Harris family. She wrote, "You feel that that's what real feminine energy looks like. Tiny, effortless, beautiful, unbothered glow season. On the surface, it looked classy and calm. But there's history here. 50 has trolled Jay-Z for years, and he has publicly talked about wanting to produce a documentary after Jay-Z's name was mentioned in legal discussions tied to the Epstein case. That tension alone explains why the Carter Circle likely isn't rocking with him. Still, getting involved in 50's online battles is risky. He doesn't back down. He doesn't filter. And when he responded to Miss Tina, it proved once again, nobody is off limits when he's in trolling mode. When 50 responded, he didn't tiptoe around it. He went straight to sarcasm and mockery, posting comments that questioned why people who weren't directly involved felt the need to jump in. That's his style. He doesn't argue point by point. He jokes, he pokes, and he tries to make the other side look overly emotional. But here's the bigger picture. Every time someone steps into the ring with him, the situation grows legs. What started as an old Versus promo misunderstanding turned into family members, industry legends, and decades-old allegations getting dragged back into the spotlight. That's escalation by design. T.I.'s camp made it clear they weren't backing down. King already showed he's willing to go bar for bar online and on wax. And 50? He thrives in chaos. Controversy keeps his name circulating, especially while he's promoting new projects. Timing is never random with him. At this point, it's not even about who started it. It's about who's willing to keep swinging the longest. And history shows 50 can stretch these feuds out for months if he feels like it. The real question now is simple. Does this stay online talk, or does somebody finally try to settle it face to face? At one point, 50 even said, "I'm not gonna do it, but this ish is getting weird little F-ed up. Albino kids, grandmothers getting involved with the FLOL. That right there showed how sideways the whole thing was getting. What started as rap promo turned into family members and older relatives being pulled into the mess. Then he posted a gif of Solange Knowles referencing that infamous elevator incident with Jay-Z, joking, "These rap ends soft. You gotta watch out for these killers. They will get you in the elevator. LOL. He later deleted it, but once it's online, it's online. And everyone knew that was another indirect shot at Jay. That's the pattern. He'll call out big names like Jay-Z or even Diddy, but critics say it's risky behavior when you've got your own history people can revisit. Nobody in this industry is spotless. When you throw rocks, people start checking your windows too. Here's the real talk. These power players move quietly. If someone ever decides they've had enough, the energy could shift fast. Feuds are entertaining until they aren't. One wrong escalation and the whole narrative flips overnight. Now it's your turn. Who's out of line here, and who's just playing the game better? Drop your thoughts below, and let's break it down. At the end of the day, this whole situation shows how fast entertainment can turn into something way bigger than music. What started as a Versus misunderstanding spiraled into old footage, family members, deleted posts, and decade-old accusations getting recycled for clicks. 50 plays chess online. He understands timing, attention, and how to keep his name buzzing while projects roll out. T.I. and King responded with emotion and loyalty, especially when family got mentioned. That's pride talking. That's protection mode activated. But here's the uncomfortable truth. When egos collide in public, nobody really wins. Fans pick sides, old wounds reopen, and the internet never forgets receipts. Every post becomes evidence. Every caption becomes ammo. The real question is whether this cools off or explodes again the next time somebody drops a project. Because in this industry, silence rarely lasts long. If you made it this far, I need to know, is this strategic trolling, or did it cross the line into something personal that shouldn't have gone there? Drop your take below. And if you want more breakdowns that cut through the noise and expose what's really happening behind these viral moments, subscribe to Juicy Reel. Because trust me, the next chapter is always one post away.
You guys don't need to worry about me getting revenge from Diddy. I've got 3 moves that make sure he'll never be able to come after me or my family. First, I personally reached out to the victims' legal teams. The real reason he's not getting out is those buried cases behind the scenes. I provided legal funding for 7 victims who had been silent for years and brought in the top criminal attorneys in the country.
For years, some of the biggest power players in entertainment moved under a thick layer of silence. Not because people didn't have questions, but because speaking up came with a price and everybody knew it. Whispers stayed whispers and doors stayed shut. Now, with 50 Cent's documentary stepping into the spotlight, that long-running silence is getting pressed hard, not with wild claims or reckless talk, but with timing, structure, and straight pressure. As attention swings back toward Diddy and renewed curiosity starts circling Will Smith.
Second, I bought up every potential post-release business deal he had lined up. I planned this 2 years in advance, so by the time he got sentenced and still had hope of getting out, every partner had already cut ties with him. Third, I don't just have evidence, I've got backups. This is an entire minefield that's been buried for 20 years. I uncovered every secret from the last 30 years. With testimonies from the victims, we interviewed over a dozen people he tricked, threatened, or violated. You think that's harsh? No, he destroyed other people's lives for decades. I'm just making sure he spends a few extra years in prison for it. I'm not afraid of his people, not afraid of his threats. I know he's still in there fantasizing about a comeback, but the truth is, he's never coming back.
One heavy question keeps cutting through all the noise. What stayed buried for so long? Not because it couldn't be seen, but because silence made it off limits. Hollywood played the same old game for years. Stay quiet, stall long enough, and wait for the internet to move on. That strategy worked until it didn't. And 50 Cent's documentary drops right when staying silent isn't an option anymore.
What we're in right now, it's really hard for y'all to discern what's real and what's true, you know? And I've been seeing y'all memes and stuff. People be making memes. I see the memes. I said, no, some of that stuff is funny. Some of it's funny. But I haven't addressed any of this publicly, but I just want to say this very clearly. I don't have to do with Puffy, so y'all can stop all them memes. I can stop all of that. I ain't been nowhere near no damn freak off. Listen, I do enough of my own. Don't be putting me in other people's.
Be sheer gray. Not loud, not obvious, not explosive. Sometimes the real story isn't what's said, it's what's missing. And that absence starts talking real fast when you slow things down. When a system protects itself by dragging its feet, delay becomes a shield, not an accident. And the moment someone finally speaks, that move is never neutral. It shakes rooms, breaks routines, and rattles people who got comfortable. If silence held power for years, then its collapse forces one uncomfortable question to the surface. What exactly was being guarded this whole time? And who benefited from that protection staying intact for so long? What stayed hidden wasn't one single moment or headline-making incident. It was a pattern, a long-running rhythm of behavior that blended into success, money, and access.
He should have never slapped Chris. I'm not watching the movie. It's not happening.
You don't understand. Do you understand why he slapped Chris? Did you see in that moment from probably what he was dealing with?
What was he dealing with? What the fuck was he dealing with?
Something made him slap his brother, man.
No, something didn't make him snap anything. He laughed at that bad joke that Chris said like every somebody else. And then Jada looked at him and it was like the Manchurian Candidate.
Not the Manchurian.
Relationships got normalized because they came wrapped in achievement. Proximity was brushed off as coincidence, and anything that felt strange was quickly labeled industry stuff and pushed aside. Diddy's influence wasn't secret. It was public, visible, and rarely challenged. The issue wasn't access, it was familiarity. When people see the same faces, the same spaces, the same dynamics over and over again, curiosity fades, scrutiny softens, repetition turns unusual situations into background noise. That's how patterns stay invisible in plain sight. This isn't about courtroom language or legal labels. The implication here is cultural. When behaviors become routine, nobody questions them anymore. And once something is treated as normal, it stops being examined. That's the danger. How much stays hidden simply because everyone assumes it's just how things work? Power rarely moves solo. It doesn't walk into rooms alone. It brings people with it. It operates through proximity, favors, introductions, and quiet advantages. Those closest benefit over time without ever having to announce it. And while everything looks smooth on the surface, risk stacks up quietly underneath. In this kind of ecosystem, distance isn't accidental. It's strategic. People don't step back because they sense danger. They step back when the balance shifts. When silence stops being safe. When waiting it out no longer guarantees protection. And that's why this moment matters. Not because it screams accusations, but because it forces people to look again. Patterns don't break all at once. They crack when silence stops working. The closer someone stands to real influence, the higher the price of asking questions too early. Access opens doors fast, but consequences move slow, and that imbalance isn't accidental.
Now, I have to ask before we get out, because I don't want to forget it. Your earrings just reminded me of Black Power, Black Excellence, and I just need your take on it because Emancipation comes out in 1 hour. Came out December 9th, which is today's the 9th, right?
That's such a fucking below the belt fucking question.
No, but I just got
It's the only below the belt question that you asked because you already know what's gonna happen. Don't front. We've been down there. Fuck Will Smith.
No, wait.
He can kiss my ass.
Wait.
He should have never slapped Chris. I'm not watching the movie.
Damn it.
It's not happening.
You don't understand. Do you understand why he slapped Chris? Did you see in that moment from probably what he was dealing with?
What was he dealing with?
Shit, I don't know.
What the fuck was he dealing with?
Something made him slap his brother, man.
No, something didn't make him snap anything. He laughed at that badass joke that Chris said like every fucking body else. And then Jada looked at him and it was like the Manchurian Candidate.
Not the Manchurian. Not the Manchurian. God damn it.
That's what the fuck happened.
I thought there's a legion of women who said, I'm glad for Will fighting for his woman.
Yeah, because they still want to believe that that sham of a fucking marriage is real.
Oh. Well, there you go.
He ain't never going to be Tupac, and she proved it when she fucked August Alsina.
Ooh, man. Yeah.
They're both bisexual. They do weird things in their house, and young men have left their house fucking screaming to get away from them in their mentorship. Meek Mills.
When proximity delivers opportunity up front and accountability later, somebody always ends up holding the risk. And the real question becomes this. When the story shifts, who's expected to absorb the fallout for staying quiet too long? That's why Will Smith's public distancing matters. It marks a clear transition from years of quiet discretion to visible boundary setting. In today's media cycle, denial isn't just a response anymore. It's a signal, a calm public acknowledgement that the narrative has crossed into serious territory. Nothing about that message was loud or reckless. It drew a line without throwing punches. But timing always speaks louder than tone. When distance only gets declared after silence becomes expensive, it raises an uncomfortable thought. What was the cost of speaking up earlier, and who wasn't willing to pay it at the time? This is how modern narratives move. Slowly at first, then all at once. And once silence stops working, clarity suddenly becomes urgent. Not because truth changed, but because the environment did. That's where a documentary shifts the rules completely. By pulling scattered moments into sequence, It forces context where there used to be fragments. 50 Cent doesn't frame this as a verdict. He reframes it as a record, an organized timeline that pushes the conversation away from rumor and toward reflection. This isn't about declaring guilt or rewriting history. It's an audit of attention, asking why some questions never stuck, why others disappeared, and why certain patterns were easier to ignore until silence stopped being safe. Long-form inquiry flips the whole game.
The movie Emancipation, how the fuck you gonna play in a movie called Emancipation and you can't emancipate yourself?
Ooh. Bars.
Cause you trapped in a hole. My nigga, you trapped in a hole. This bitch clowning you day after day after day after day. And once again, I hate saying these things because their children are dope. But Jaden's kind of MIA. And considering that he emancipated from their household at 16 and refused to come back, even to do family interviews. You know?
Yeah.
Willow's just kind of, she's dope. Too much shit happened in that fucking house. Too much shit happened in that fucking house. And meanwhile, I go to jail for defending my child and these niggas don't even get a CPS fucking visit for the kind of shit they kids see.
Yeah.
You know?
There you go.
So yeah, I'll watch the movie when, I'll watch Emancipation when he emancipates himself from the hell that he lives in, that he tries to call marriage with that woman who still wished Tupac was alive.
It challenges an industry that survives off short memories and quick distractions. When stories are forced to stay visible, when documentation replaces dismissal, the real tension shows up fast. Because once details are organized and preserved, somebody has to decide which version of events becomes permanent, and that decision is never neutral. The way people respond to scrutiny exposes how uneven accountability really is. Some figures face immediate pressure, instant backlash, and nonstop questions. Others remain cushioned by brand value, legacy status, or powerful alliances that quietly absorb impact. It's not about innocence or guilt here, it's about insulation. And insulation doesn't get handed out equally. The renewed focus around Diddy, along
King Harris, the son of rapper T.I. and singer Tiny, was clinging to life in an Atlanta hospital, and the scene was pure chaos. What began as a small health scare had spiraled into something terrifying and unthinkable. The bright lights of the ER flickered against the sterile walls as Tiny stood there shaking, her hands pressed to her face, her heart breaking into a million pieces. Her baby boy, her pride, her reason to breathe, was fighting for every single second. But grief wasn't the only thing burning inside her chest. Anger was right there too, raw, explosive, and aimed straight at the one person she thought she could always rely on. "This is all your fault, T.I.," she screamed, her voice echoing down the hospital corridor. "If it wasn't for you, none of this would be happening. You dragged us into this world, and now King is paying the price." Her words sliced through the air like knives, filled with years of love, fear, and resentment all at once. T.I. froze, completely speechless. The man known for his control, his power, his confidence, now stood shattered. Every word hit him like a bullet. He wanted to shout back, to defend himself, to tell her that he'd give up everything, the fame, the money, the whole empire, just to see his son open his eyes again. But he couldn't. The pain in her eyes told him the truth. This wasn't about blame anymore. It was about heartbreak. In that moment, Tiny wasn't just a mother, she was a storm raging from a love so deep it hurt to exist. And T.I., the man who'd faced down the world, realized there was nothing he could say to fix it, nothing that could make her believe he hadn't failed them all. Tiny collapsed to the cold hospital floor, her cries echoing through the sterile hallways like a broken melody. She couldn't stop shaking, her heart felt ripped straight out of her chest. Seeing that, I couldn't take it anymore. He had to step outside before he completely lost control. His head was spinning, his son was clinging to life, his marriage was hanging by a thread, and the entire world was watching. Under the harsh glare of flashing cameras, T.I. tried to hold himself together. His eyes were red, his voice trembling as he faced the reporters waiting outside the hospital. Please pray for King," he said, his words cracking mid-sentence. "He's fighting for his life, and we need every prayer we can get." The crowd went silent, his pain raw and unfiltered. But behind those words, something deeper was gnawing at him, something that didn't make sense. King wasn't just sick. This felt different, darker. Inside that hospital, things were unraveling fast. King's body was shutting down and the doctors had no clue why. His vitals were crashing. His blood work made no sense. And every test led to more confusion. "We've never seen anything like this," one nurse whispered under her breath. His organs were starting to fail, yet no one could explain what was causing it. Then came the whispers, quiet at first, then spreading through the hallways and online forums like wildfire. People started asking the unthinkable. Was this really just a tragic accident, or had someone interfered? Was there foul play behind King's sudden collapse? The Harris family didn't have answers, only fear, confusion, and a growing sense that something sinister was unfolding right under their noses. Then out of nowhere, boom, an anonymous leak hit the internet and sent shockwaves across the world. A secret audio recording, supposedly taken inside the very hospital where King was fighting for his life, surfaced online. And what it revealed was downright terrifying. A cold, emotionless voice could be heard saying, "The order came from above. We just cleared the way." The clip was barely a few seconds long, but it was enough to make millions of people stop and ask, what did that mean? Who gave that order? And what exactly did "clear the way" even imply? Was someone intentionally trying to harm King? Social media went wild. Hashtags, theories, conspiracies, all exploding within minutes. The Harris family was suddenly at the center of a storm that felt completely out of control. Tiny, already shattered by fear and anger, now felt something even worse, conviction. She looked straight at T.I., her eyes filled with fury and heartbreak. "T.I., this is your fault," she cried again, her voice shaking with rage. "You brought this life into our family, this fame, this chaos, and now this is the price we're paying." T.I. could barely breathe. Every accusation hit him like a hammer to the chest. He wanted to defend himself, to tell her he'd never stop fighting for King, that he'd tear down the world to save his boy. But the pain in her eyes silenced him. The guilt was eating him alive. And deep down, a terrifying question was forming in his own mind. What if she was right? Meanwhile, inside the hospital, the tension was unbearable. King's condition kept getting worse, his heart rate unstable, his organs failing one by one, and no one could explain why. The doctors were exhausted, working around the clock, but whispers started spreading among the staff. Some nurses quietly admitted they didn't trust everyone in that building anymore. Were they truly fighting to save King? Or was someone on the inside making sure he never recovered? King's test results, the strange patterns in his charts, that eerie audio leak, it all started connecting in ways that were too suspicious to ignore. This wasn't just a medical emergency anymore. It was beginning to look like someone wanted to make sure King never had the chance to speak again. The thought alone made T.I.'s blood boil. He wasn't just scared now, he was furious. Days passed, and his frustration turned into obsession. Every time he looked at his son hooked up to machines, barely holding on, he swore to himself he'd uncover the truth, no matter who was behind it. He couldn't just sit there powerless while something this dark unfolded under the same roof where his son was supposed to be safe. Then, another bombshell dropped. Security footage from the ICU leaked online, and what it showed sent chills through everyone watching. In the dead of night, two masked figures were caught entering King's hospital room. One of them carried a small metallic case that gleamed under the fluorescent lights. The footage was grainy and shaky, but there was no denying it. Someone had been inside King's room when no one else was supposed to be there. The internet exploded again. Who were they? People demanded. What was in that case? Some said it looked like medical equipment. Others swore it was something far more sinister. Were these people trying to finish what they started? Was this an orchestrated move to silence King for good? Inside the hospital, panic spread like wildfire. T.I. was on edge, pacing the halls, rage and fear battling inside him. Tiny sat nearby, her face pale, tears falling silently as she tried to hold herself together. The tension between them was unbearable. Love, grief, anger, and fear all crashing at once. She still couldn't shake her belief that T.I.'s fame had brought this curse upon their family, while he refused to accept defeat. Outside, millions watched the story unfold in real time, glued to every update, every rumor, every blurry screenshot. Everyone had questions. Who were those masked figures? Why was the footage hidden until now? The truth was slipping further and further away, and it was becoming painfully clear. Nothing about this tragedy was simple anymore. The hours crawled by like a nightmare that refused to end. Every beep from the hospital monitors made Tiny's heart jump. Every silence made her stomach drop. Hope for King's recovery was slipping away minute by minute, and Tiny was running on pure emotion. Her eyes were swollen, her steps unsteady as she paced the sterile halls, whispering silent prayers that seemed to go unanswered. She had survived heartbreak before, betrayal, loss, but nothing in her life had prepared her for this kind of pain. Her baby, her pride, her joy was barely holding on. She couldn't understand how everything had changed so fast. Just days ago, King was full of energy, cracking jokes, living his life, and now he was fighting for every single breath. The grief was eating her alive, and underneath it all, that familiar flame of anger burned hotter than ever. Every glance at T.I. reignited it. In her mind, none of this would have happened if he hadn't pulled their family into the spotlight. I stood beside her, trying his best to keep it together, but his heart was shattering piece by piece. He reached out, trying to hold her hand, his voice low and trembling. "I'm doing everything I can," he said softly, pleading for her to look at him. "I'm here, Tiny. I'm fighting with you. But we gotta stay strong. For King." His eyes begged for connection, for forgiveness, for anything that reminded him they were still a team. But Tiny wasn't having it. She turned toward him, her face pale and full of heartbreak, her voice cold and sharp. "Stay strong for King?" she repeated bitterly. "It's too late for that, T.I. We've lost him already. You've lost him." The words sliced through him deeper than any knife could. He froze, her voice echoing in his mind, each word hitting like a blow straight to the chest. For a moment, T.I. couldn't breathe. The man who had built an empire, who had stood strong through every scandal and every headline, was now standing there broken, helpless, and afraid. Tiny's pain had become a wall he couldn't climb, and it hit him hard that he might be losing more than his son. He might be losing the woman he loved too. The distance between them felt endless, and the weight of it all was crushing them both. Inside the ICU, the atmosphere was pure panic. King's condition was unraveling faster than anyone had imagined. Every monitor beep felt like a countdown. Every doctor's whisper carried a tone of disbelief. The medical team was running out of explanations. Test after test came back worse than the last, but nothing made sense. King's body was rejecting treatments that should have been saving his life. It was like something deep inside him was fighting back against help itself. Was it just a rare complication, or was something else happening behind those hospital doors? The tension was unbearable. Even the most experienced doctors started exchanging nervous looks, while nurses whispered quietly in the corners. "This doesn't add up," one of them muttered. "Are we treating an illness, or covering up something bigger?" The fear in that ICU was no longer about losing a patient. It was about uncovering a secret no one wanted to believe. Then came another explosion, a new leak. A source close to the Harris family, someone with deep access to the hospital system, stepped forward anonymously and fed information to the press. And that's when the entire story took a terrifying turn. What started as a tragedy, a young man fighting for his life, had now become a full-blown conspiracy. The headlines went wild. Cover-up in Atlanta hospital? Was King Harris targeted? The world was demanding answers. The leaked medical files made everything worse. According to the documents, King's injuries didn't match the story the public had been told. There were markings, wounds, evidence that didn't align with a simple medical crisis or fight gone wrong. Doctors privately admitted they couldn't explain the bruising patterns or internal damage they'd seen. It was as if someone had gone out of their way to make it look like an accident, but failed to hide the truth completely. The whispers grew louder. Was someone trying to silence King before he could speak out? The idea sounded insane, yet the evidence was stacking up. In that moment, the whole world started looking at the Harris family differently. This wasn't just a hospital emergency anymore. It was beginning to look like a dangerous game of power, secrets and silence. And King was right at the center of it. Then came the bombshell that flipped everything upside down, a spine-chilling audio clip that shook the internet to its core. It was only a few seconds long, but the impact was massive. In the recording, a voice, low, nervous, almost whispering, could be heard saying, "The order came from above, we just cleared the way." The moment those words hit the internet, chaos erupted. Who was above? What did clearing the way mean? The question spread like wildfire, and within hours, social media was in total meltdown. People didn't know what to believe. Was this just a cruel prank, or evidence that someone high up was pulling the strings to make sure King never walked out of that room alive? The idea of a cover-up was horrifying. Theories exploded across every platform, each one more shocking than the last. Some claimed it was hospital corruption. Others whispered it was tied to something even bigger. a power move meant to silence the Harris family forever. Fans flooded comment sections demanding the truth. "We need answers," one post screamed. "If that recording is real, someone's playing God." The tension reached a boiling point as every new second of that clip was replayed, slowed down, analyzed, and dissected like evidence in a crime case. Inside the hospital, the mood turned heavy. Everyone was on edge. Tiny, already crushed by her son's condition, was unraveling. She looked at T.I., her face streaked with tears, her voice shaking with fury. "I told you, T.I., this is your fault," she cried out, her pain spilling over. "This isn't just a health scare. Someone's trying to get rid of King. This is what happens when you live the life we do." Her words cut through the room like a knife. For Tiny, this wasn't paranoia. It was conviction. And as that audio clip spread across the world, it felt less like a rumor and more like the chilling truth everyone was too afraid to say out loud. "This is the price we're paying," Tiny shouted, her voice trembling with fury and heartbreak. I tried to stay calm, tried to speak gently, but deep down he was just as terrified. The world was spinning out of control, and every new rumor online only made things worse. What had started as a health crisis was now turning into a full-blown nightmare. It felt like a ticking time bomb, one that could explode at any second. He looked at her, his eyes heavy with guilt and fear. "I didn't bring this onto our family, Tiny," he said, his voice raw and breaking. "But I swear if anyone is trying to hurt my son, I'll make them regret it." The words came out like a vow, sharp, cold, and deadly serious, but even as he said them, the reality hit him hard. Something was deeply wrong inside that hospital. By afternoon, the atmosphere inside had become unbearable. Doctors rushed in and out of the ICU, their faces pale with exhaustion. Nurses whispered nervously in the hallways, afraid to speak too loud. The staff was stretched thin, barely sleeping, working nonstop to keep King alive. But something about their tension didn't feel normal. It wasn't just stress, it was fear. People started asking the question no one wanted to say out loud. Was someone inside that ICU sabotaging King's recovery? The whispers spread fast. Some claimed to have seen strange activity near the machines. Others said they were told to stay quiet or risk losing their jobs. The once trusted hospital now felt like a crime scene, and the air was thick with suspicion. Then came the next horrifying twist. Another leak. An anonymous insider sent information straight to the press, and this time it confirmed the worst fears imaginable. King's ventilator, the very machine keeping him alive, had been tampered with. For several seconds, his breathing had completely stopped. The report stated it wasn't a malfunction, it was deliberate. Someone had interfered with the system that was supposed to save him. The revelation hit like a thunderclap. Social media exploded again, fans demanding justice while the hospital scrambled to contain the chaos. The idea that someone inside those walls had intentionally cut off King's oxygen was beyond belief. This wasn't just a tragedy anymore, it was beginning to look like an inside job, a deliberate act meant to push King right to the edge. It looked straight up intentional. The staff, already burning out from the crisis, now had to swallow the idea that someone had deliberately messed with King's care, and that thought hit the family and the whole world like a punch. I was furious and pacing like a man on a mission. He'd been walking those hospital floors for hours trying to keep it together for Tiny and King, but this latest twist broke him down. His son was on the ropes, and there might be people even inside that hospital working against him. He couldn't wrap his head around it and kept replaying the worst case scenes in his mind. Someone had clearly tried to finish what they started, and T.I. wasn't having it. "I swear if they've done this to my son, I will make them pay for it," he said through gritted teeth, loud enough for anyone to hear. The vow was raw and deadly serious. He wouldn't rest until he found who pulled the strings. As night dragged on, the hospital felt like a war zone of feelings. Trust gone, nerves frayed, and every tiny sound setting off panic. T.I. and Tiny were both at the edge, stuck between clinging to hope that King might pull through and the dread that something far darker was moving in the shadows. It was a horrible place to be, and neither of them knew who or what to fight against anymore. Ty had never felt this helpless before, and that helplessness cut deep. His son's life was slipping, and the worst part was the mystery. Was it a corrupt insider, a planned hit, or something even uglier hiding behind hospital doors? Tiny, meanwhile, was starting to fray at the seams, and the whole scene felt like a slow, painful unraveling of everything they knew and trusted. Tiny's anger, which had been bubbling for days, finally erupted like a storm that couldn't be contained. Every new detail, every leak, every strange clue added fuel to the fire burning inside her. The fear that had once paralyzed her was gone, replaced by raw fury and heartbreak. One night, she turned to T.I., eyes red and full of rage. "You knew this would happen, didn't you?" She spat, her voice shaking. "You've always dragged us into this world, and now our son is paying the price. King is a victim of your choices." Her words hit like a slap. I stood there frozen, his chest tightening as he tried to find the right words. "Tiny, please," he said softly, desperate to calm her down. "I didn't..." But she wasn't hearing it. She was past reasoning, past patience, past everything. In her mind, the man she'd loved for years, the father of her child, had become the source of her pain. The same fame, the same spotlight that once felt glamorous now looked like a curse. Ty tried to hold himself together, but the blame was breaking him down piece by piece. The guilt, the helplessness, the sight of his son barely holding on, it was crushing him. The tension between them was unbearable, and every glance felt like another wound. Meanwhile, the hospital was in total chaos. Doctors raced through the halls, shouting orders, their faces etched with exhaustion. The ICU had turned into a war zone of beeping machines, flashing alarms, and silent prayers. Nurses moved quickly, trading shifts, watching monitors, checking and rechecking every wire connected to King. But even through the chaos, something else lingered in the air. An unspoken fear that went far beyond medicine. Whispers started spreading again, this time among the hospital staff themselves. Some said they'd seen irregularities in King's chart that couldn't be explained. Others claimed someone had been accessing restricted areas of the ICU without clearance. Could it be that someone inside was still tampering with his treatment, or was this just a nightmare made worse by panic and exhaustion? No one had answers, only questions that grew louder with every hour King's condition worsened. The words sabotage and inside job hung in the air like poison. Nurses spoke in hushed tones, afraid to even look at each other. The once trusted hospital had turned into a house of suspicion, and no one knew who to trust anymore. "Do you think someone in the hospital is responsible?" one nurse whispered to another, her eyes darting nervously toward the ICU doors. The fear in her voice said it all. Nobody felt safe anymore. Even the doctors who had been working non-stop to save King were now second-guessing everything. The hospital, once a place of healing, had turned into a zone of suspicion and dread. Every hallway felt colder, every shadow looked darker, and trust had completely vanished. The medical staff, once proud and confident, were now trembling under the weight of uncertainty. They weren't just fighting for King's life, they were fighting to figure out if someone among them was secretly working to end it. The idea that one of their own could be sabotaging the treatment was horrifying, and yet no one could shake the feeling that something sinister was happening right under their noses. Then, bam, the most chilling leak yet hit the internet, and this one shattered everything. A whistleblower from inside the hospital had secretly recorded a conversation between two high-ranking officials, and what they said was beyond terrifying. "If King survives, everything changes," one of the voices said coldly. "He can't be allowed to speak. He knows too much." The tone was flat, emotionless, and it sent chills down everyone's spine. Within minutes, the audio was everywhere, replayed, shared, analyzed. The whole world heard it. The implications were horrifying. Were these people admitting that King had been targeted? That this was a planned attack, a silencing mission ordered by powerful figures hiding in the background? Social media went into meltdown mode. Fans, celebrities, even politicians began demanding an investigation. Justice for King started trending worldwide as millions demanded answers. Every news outlet ran the story, every podcast dissected the audio, and conspiracy theories spread like wildfire. Inside that hospital, T.I. and Tiny could feel the walls closing in. The truth was no longer just terrifying, it was dangerous. They weren't just dealing with a medical emergency anymore. They were facing a shadowy force that wanted their son gone. T.I. stood at the edge of King's bed, fists clenched, eyes full of fire. His son, the one person he'd sworn to protect above everything, was now at the mercy of people he couldn't even see. And as the world watched in shock, one thing became clear. This wasn't over. Not even close. Subscribe to Juicy Reel for more shocking twists and stories that the world can't stop talking about.
You said that.
Let me ask you somebody who know me for real, right? Who really know me.
Man, I'm gonna tell you what you want to hear.
Do you think I'm like, from
what she got?
What was supposed to be just another quiet night in the city flipped upside down when the internet detonated with a betrayal no one could have predicted.
The video ain't really the issue. The video being posted up on social media is the issue. If someone would have sent her that video privately, she and I would have had one conversation about.
A leaked hotel video has left the Harris empire shaking, dragging Clifford I. Harris straight into the storm. And he wasn't alone. Right there with him, Shakina Anderson, the same woman the world once knew as Tiny's closest friend and trusted confidant.
It just put a lot of back and forth, a lot more strain on just what we had going on. Afraid of that. And it did put some strain on our relationship. If you see him, we was about to divorce here and break.
This wasn't some whispered gossip passed around the block. This wasn't blurry speculation. This was raw, unfiltered proof splashed across TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter in a matter of minutes, blowing timelines apart and shoving hashtags like #exposed and #justice for Tiny into the top trends overnight. Fans were gasping, critics were disgusted, and even T.I.'s biggest supporters were left clutching their screens in disbelief. The footage told the story with no room to twist the narrative. You could spot champagne bottles scattered across a glossy hotel table, curtains barely pulled across the window, and in the middle of it all, T.I. and Shakina, tangled up in an embrace that destroyed the carefully polished image he'd spent decades selling. Loyalty, family, respect, every word he once shouted from the mic and preached to the public, gone in a single scandalous clip that no one can unsee. The internet wasted no time tearing Tiny's world apart. Fans began splicing the leaked clip with old interviews where Tiny poured her heart out about trust, loyalty, and standing by her man, making the betrayal slice 10 times deeper. What once lived as playful gossip on the blogs transformed overnight into a digital earthquake, one that cracked their marriage wide open and flipped a private heartbreak into a worldwide humiliation for millions to watch. But Tiny? She wasn't about to play the quiet, broken wife role. No cryptic captions, no pray for me emojis, no fading into the shadows. She stepped into that courthouse with her head held high, tears in her eyes but fire in her walk. Reporters swarmed, flashing cameras caught every angle, and the pain written across her face told the whole story. Decades of loyalty gone, shattered in front of the globe. Then came the headline that dropped jaws across America. Tiny filed what's already being called the betrayal lawsuit of the decade. A staggering $50 million lawsuit slapped against both T.I. and Shakina, accusing them of emotional abuse, ultimate betrayal, and dragging her name through the mud in front of the world. Reporters gasped at the number. $50 million. That was the price Tiny put on her broken home and public humiliation. And just when the courtroom felt like the biggest stage in the country, the scandal turned nuclear. Out of nowhere, whispers spread about an anonymous source sliding evidence across the table, a secret diary allegedly written by Shakina herself, and the lines inside, they cut like a knife. The courtroom gasped when the diary was cracked open, and one line echoed like a gunshot. Clifford promised me he'd leave Tiny. He told me we'd rule the industry together. Those chilling words ripped straight through the silence, and the impact was instant. Tiny collapsed into tears, her screams filling the room as she cried out that they had destroyed her life, stolen her family, and mocked everything she built with T.I. Within minutes, clips of her breakdown went viral, millions watching, millions weeping with her, as Tiny transformed from just a celebrity wife into the tragic queen of betrayal. Suddenly, she wasn't just Tiny, she was every woman wronged, and the internet crowned her as the symbol of survival through heartbreak. But T.I. wasn't letting that narrative take him down without a fight. His lawyers clapped back with an explosive claim. They said the whole hotel footage was a setup. According to them, Shakina staged the moment, orchestrated the scene, and twisted everything for clout and cash. Gasps filled the courtroom. Was this the ultimate betrayal everyone believed? Or had T.I. been trapped in a bigger scheme meant to cash in on his downfall? Shakina wasn't about to take the blame quietly. Rising from her seat, she fired back, insisting T.I. manipulated her, promising love, promising a future, and then leaving her hung out to dry while the world turned its knives toward her. In an instant, the two women who once stood as sisters in arms were now sworn enemies, clawing not just for truth, but for dignity in front of the entire world. And outside those courtroom walls, the internet was ruthless. Shakina's Instagram became a digital battlefield, flooded with venom, fans calling her a snake, a family destroyer, and worse. The comments didn't stop. They only grew, turning her page into a public trial, all its own. The internet turned Shakina into the villain of a modern-day tragedy. Memes flooded timelines, painting her as the ultimate snake, while Tiny's image was elevated into hero status. Her face was plastered on murals across Atlanta with captions like "Justice for Tiny" and "The Queen deserves better." Supporters drowned social media in tearful emojis and heartbreak posts, while critics dragged T.I. as the man who torched his own empire with his own hands. But the darkest moment of all came outside the courthouse. Tiny walked out, holding her daughter's hand, her voice trembling as the cameras caught her breaking down. She looked into her child's eyes and cried, "Look what your father did to us. Look how he destroyed our home." That clip didn't just go viral, it froze timelines worldwide, leaving fans stunned in silence. Suddenly, this wasn't just messy celebrity drama anymore. This was a family tragedy unraveling in real time, broadcast like a cruel soap opera for millions to watch. The fallout hit fast. Endorsements collapsed overnight, concerts were canceled, and furious fans protested outside T.I.'s mansion, demanding accountability. Shakina's reputation was scorched to ashes, while Tiny, though visibly broken, stood tall as the woman the world wept for, a queen whose pain became a movement. And just when people thought the storm couldn't get any worse, Tiny's legal team dropped a bombshell that blew the roof off the courtroom. Out of nowhere, secret audio recording surfaced, allegedly of Ty himself whispering, "Just keep it quiet, Shakina. Tiny can never know. If this gets out, everything I built is gone." The courtroom gasped, reporters scrambled to blast tweets in real time, and Tiny buried her face in her hands as undeniable betrayal echoed through the speakers. Then came the receipts, literal hotel receipts, with Shakina's name tied directly to T.Y.'s luxury reservation. The puzzle pieces lined up, and the scandal hit a level no one saw coming. By day 2, the trial had transformed from drama to devastation. No longer whispers, no longer shaky videos, but stamped, documented betrayal. The courtroom was packed, buzzing with tension, and when Tiny's lawyers rolled in with a hard drive full of secret recordings, the place turned into a theater of heartbreak. The first clip dropped and silence swallowed the room. A man's voice, sounding unmistakably like T.I., whispered through the speakers, "Just keep it quiet, Shakina. Tiny can never know. If this gets out, everything I built is gone." Gasps exploded. Tiny buried her face in her hands as reporters scrambled, nearly knocking each other over just to blast the quote online. Within seconds, hashtags shifted, trending across the globe. Hashtag Empire Destroyed, hashtag Tiny, hashtag T.I. Shakina Exposed. The betrayal wasn't gossip anymore. It was digital, permanent, undeniable. But Tiny's legal team wasn't finished. They laid down the next weapon, hotel receipts. Right there on the table were reservations under Clifford Harris's name, with Shakina listed as the guest. The jury's reactions said it all. Mouths tight, eyes wide. The proof was undeniable. The crowd buzzed like wildfire as Tiny's attorney rose, voice thundering through the courtroom. This is not speculation. This is not gossip. This is proof that Clifford Harris betrayed his wife, humiliated her, and shattered his family for the entire world to see. In that moment, the trial stopped being just celebrity drama. It became a global spectacle. A raw public destruction of one of hip-hop's most polished empires, playing out piece by piece in front of millions. Tiny, already trembling from the recordings, collapsed into her lawyer's arms as whispers and gasps rippled through the courtroom. The defense scrambled like their entire case was on fire. T.I.'s attorney waved papers in the air, shouting that the receipts were fake, forged by enemies in the music industry desperate to bury one of hip-hop's biggest names. Within minutes, conspiracy theories exploded online. Was this really just a scandal or a high-level takedown of Clifford Harris? The streets split into chaos. Some argued T.I. was being framed, a victim of a calculated setup. But most weren't buying it, calling this the coldest, most brutal betrayal hip-hop had ever seen. Then came Shakina's turn on the stand, and the tension skyrocketed. Shaking but defiant, she locked eyes with both T.I. and Tiny before confessing through tears, "I never wanted to hurt Tiny. She was my sister. But T.I. promised me everything. He said he'd leave her. He said I was the one," her voice cracked, tears streaming as the courtroom leaned in, hanging on every single word. Outside, the streets were raging. Protesters screamed, "Stand with Tiny!" While inside the gallery, fans hissed, "Liar!" under their breath. Shakina tried to paint herself as the victim, trapped in promises and lies, but sympathy was paper thin. Tiny's lawyers weren't letting her play innocent. They dropped the next bomb, screenshots of private DMs allegedly sent by Shakina to T.I. The messages cut like a knife. "Cliff, I can't wait until she's out of the picture. It's finally going to be just us." The room erupted in gasps. Tiny's face fell as every word sliced deeper, and the gallery's judgment rained down on Shakina like fire. This wasn't just betrayal anymore. This was receipts, screenshots, recordings, and heartbreak piling up in real time. The courtroom exploded like a bomb had gone off. Reporters sprinted outside to blast the headline, while social media froze in shock as screenshots of Shakina's DMs went viral. In a matter of seconds, she wasn't just the other woman anymore. She was painted as a full-on conspirator, plotting against the very friend who once called her sister. Tiny, overwhelmed, broke down in tears right there in front of the judge, crying out, "How much more do I have to see? How much more can a woman take?" Her sobs were gut-wrenching, and within minutes, that raw moment was everywhere. Fans called it one of the most heartbreaking breakdowns ever captured on camera, but the avalanche didn't stop. A hotel employee took the stand and testified that he personally witnessed T.I. and Shakina checking in together, not once, but multiple times. The revelation shook the courtroom to its core. That's when T.I. snapped, slamming his fist on the table and yelling, "They're lying! This is all lies! I'm being set up!" The judge immediately threatened him with contempt charges while cameras rolled, catching every second of his meltdown. That fiery clip alone pulled in millions of views overnight, with captions like "Empire crumbles" and "Caught in the act." Outside, chaos turned the courthouse into a circus. News vans camped at the steps, helicopters buzzed overhead, and influencers live-streamed each twist to millions of hungry viewers, dissecting every whisper in real time. Protesters waved signs screaming, "Ban the betrayers," while street murals popped up across Atlanta, painting Tiny as a queen rising from the ashes of betrayal. Every single move, every tear, every gasp, every scream became content for the world to consume, transforming a shattered family into a global spectacle. And just when people thought it couldn't get any bigger, Tiny's legal team dropped the financial bombshell. The trial went nuclear when an anonymous source leaked bank records, shocking documents showing massive transfers flowing straight out of T.Y.'s accounts and into Shakina's pockets. Tens of thousands at a time, spread across 2 years. The implication was explosive. This wasn't just an affair. It looked like hush money, carefully paid to keep the betrayal buried. Gasps tore through the courtroom as the numbers lit up on the projector screen. Tiny clutched her chest. The jury sat frozen with jaws on the floor. And Shakina broke down screaming, "It wasn't about money. I loved him. I thought he loved me back." Her meltdown echoed through the room, but the internet wasn't buying it. Critics dragged it as the performance of a lifetime, while fans labeled it the final nail in her coffin. By now, Tiny was no longer seen as just a betrayed wife. She had become something bigger. Emerging from the courthouse, pale but fierce, she whispered into the cameras, "This isn't just about me. This is about every woman who's ever been lied to, betrayed, and broken. I will fight until the truth is heard. Those words, replayed on every major network, stamped across social media, and etched her image as the tragic heroine of betrayal, a woman standing for millions who knew her pain. Meanwhile, T.I. sat stone-faced, watching his empire collapse in slow motion, endorsements gone, concerts canceled, fans outside his mansion chanting his name, not in respect, but in rage. His reputation, once built on loyalty and family, now dripped with betrayal and shame. And Shekinah, once chasing fame, now drowning in humiliation. Her Instagram became a digital war zone, swarmed with hate comments, clown emojis, and memes mocking her downfall. Tiny, though shattered, stood taller than ever. Her pain wasn't just her own anymore. It was carried by millions who crowned her the queen of heartbreak and resilience. What began as a single, leaked hotel clip had spiraled into an all-out war. Receipts, recordings, secret diaries, and enough tears to drown a courtroom. Justice took a back seat. This wasn't just a trial anymore. It had become the biggest stage in America. By the third week, the case no longer looked like law. It looked like a full-blown Shakespearean tragedy, acted out live in front of the world. The silence inside the courtroom was suffocating as Tiny, trembling and pale, locked eyes on the two people who shattered her life, her husband, T.I., and her once beloved best friend, Shekinah. The betrayal wasn't rumor, it wasn't gossip, it was spelled out in black and white. Diaries, voicemails, receipts, every piece painted a picture too vivid to ignore, too heartbreaking to deny. Then came the moment that froze everyone in place. Shekinah took the microphone, her voice shaking as she confessed. Clifford promised me love. He promised me freedom. He told me Tiny was holding him back. The gallery gasped in shock. Tiny collapsed again into her lawyer's arms, and outside, the world stopped scrolling. This wasn't gossip anymore. This was heartbreak turned into a weapon, broadcast to millions in real time. Social media lit up like fireworks. Hashtags rocketed into the stratosphere. Hashtag Tiny Broken and hashtag Exposed Forever plastered across every feed. Fans recorded themselves crying in reaction videos, breaking down on camera like they were living the betrayal too. Influencers went live, reading diary entries line by line, while memes of T.I. flooded the internet. Captions like Empire of Lies and Snake of the South stamped across his image. This wasn't just the collapse of a marriage, it was the public execution of a legacy, and the whole world had front row seats. By now, Shekinah had become public enemy number one. Called a homewrecker at every turn as old clips of her surfaced online, dragged for clout chasing and betrayal. The internet had chosen its queen, and it was Tiny, broken but undefeated, humiliated, yet held up as the symbol for every woman who's ever been betrayed by the man she trusted. Hashtags, murals, and TikTok tributes painted her as the heart of the movement, and the tension in the courtroom was thick enough to choke on. Then, just when it felt like nothing else could possibly detonate, Tiny's lawyers unleashed the second leak. A private voicemail T.I. had left for Shekinah. His voice, low and desperate, spilled through the speakers. I can't let Tiny know. If this gets out, it's over for me. But you're the only one who understands me. The entire courtroom froze solid. Reporters dove for their phones, shoving the audio online in seconds. Tiny let out a scream so piercing it silenced the entire building. You ruined my family. You lied to my children. Her outburst hit every headline, replayed nonstop on TV, TikTok, and Instagram, cementing this betrayal as one of the most devastating scandals in hip-hop history. Outside, Atlanta felt like it was on fire. Protesters filled the streets, waving posters that read, "Justice for Tiny" and "Cancel T.I. forever." Shekinah was mocked with cardboard cutouts and chants so loud they shook the courthouse steps. She had become the internet's official villain of the year. The courthouse turned into a circus. News anchors, podcasters, YouTubers, all elbowing for camera time, dissecting every tear, every scream, every twist as helicopters hovered above, capturing the chaos from the sky. And as this saga reached its peak, one thing was clear. The world wasn't just watching a scandal. It was watching an empire collapse live, with Tiny rising from the wreckage as the queen of heartbreak and survival. Don't miss what happens next. Subscribe to Juicy Reel for the finale breakdown and every twist you won't see anywhere else.
King Harris had everything handed to him on a silver platter. Fame, money, and a last name that carried serious weight. Being the son of T.Y., one of the biggest legends in hip-hop, people expected nothing less than greatness from him. From the moment he could walk, he was living large. Flashy cars, designer fits, private jets, and cameras always flashing around him. To everyone watching, he was the Prince of Trap, the one who'd take the throne and keep the family legacy alive. Online, King showed off like he was untouchable, always talking big, always saying he stood on business, like he was ready for anything or anyone who tried to test him. He made sure people knew he wasn't just T.I.'s son, he was his own man, bold, fearless, and all about respect. But behind the walls of fame, not everything was as perfect as it looked. Then came the night that flipped everything upside down. It started off simple, just a regular cruise in his BMW, windows tinted, music blasting, nothing out of the ordinary. But one wrong turn, a tiny traffic mistake, changed his whole world in seconds. The cops pulled him over, routine stuff at first, but when they ran his name through the system, things got dark real quick. That's when they found out there was a warrant with his name on it. And to make things worse, there were weapons inside the car. Suddenly, the same boy who bragged about being ready for anything was face to face with the kind of reality no amount of fame could protect him from. In a blink, the son of a hip-hop icon was face down on cold concrete, red and blue lights flashing all around him. The same kid who once flexed his lifestyle online was now surrounded by cops, hands cuffed, face to the ground, and reality hit him harder than any beat his dad ever dropped. This wasn't a flashy music video or a clout-chasing Instagram story. This was real life, and it was about to humble him fast. The crazy part, all the fame, all the money, all the luxury, none of it meant a thing now. Inside those prison walls, last names don't carry power, they paint targets. King Harris might have been T.I.'s boy on the outside, but behind bars, he was just another inmate trying to survive. His father's success couldn't protect him from the cold looks, the harsh words, or the silence that creeps in at night when reality sets in. King had built his whole image on being tough, on standing firm no matter what, but that online bravado started to crumble quick. The whispers started floating around the block. That's T.I.'s son, some said, the one always talking big online. But others laughed, saying he wasn't really about that life. The myth of King Harris, the fearless trap prince, was breaking apart piece by piece. Inmates who'd seen it all weren't impressed. They didn't care about fame or followers or flashy cars. They only respected strength and survival. King tried to hold on to that same bold attitude, but it started slipping fast. Every stare, every smirk, every test from the other inmates chipped away at that image he worked so hard to build. They saw right through him. Every bit of that tough guy act crumbled fast. The confidence, the swagger, the big talk, all of it started fading the moment King hit that cell block. The Prince of Trap, who used to flex online and stunt in front of cameras, suddenly looked like he didn't belong there at all. His shoulders weren't squared anymore. His voice lost that edge, and his walk that once screamed confidence, now showed hesitation and fear. The shocking part? King didn't walk in like the superstar he thought he was. The same energy he had on social media was nowhere to be found. This wasn't the internet, and this was a whole different world where status meant nothing and survival meant everything. All that name recognition, all that talk about being T.I.'s son, gone. In prison, nobody bowed down to fame. Nobody cared who your daddy was or what car you drove. Inside it was clear this was survival of the fittest, and King was in way over his head. The inmates weren't buying the image. They could smell fear, and once they sensed it, it was game over. Soon the rumors started flying around like wildfire. Everyone was talking about how King froze when confronted, how his confidence cracked under real pressure. The same boy who once bragged about standing on business was now standing on shaky ground, and let's be real. In that kind of place, respect is the only currency that matters. You can't fake it, you can't buy it, and you definitely can't inherit it. King's million followers didn't mean a thing when he was surrounded by men who'd been through real wars. The jokes started spreading through the yard, laughter instead of fear whenever his name came up. The Prince of Trap? Please, and now they called him the kid who couldn't handle pressure. But just when it seemed like King's reputation couldn't sink any lower, that's when it happened. A powerful figure from the Atlanta street stepped forward and dropped a bombshell. What he exposed about King's time inside would shake the internet and have everyone talking for weeks. This wasn't just some random rumor. This came straight from a man who had nothing to lose and didn't care who got offended. A gang leader from the inside, someone who'd seen it all, stepped forward and spilled every gritty detail about what really went down behind those bars. And trust me, this is where the story takes a wild turn. According to him, King wasn't the fearless firecracker people saw online. Nah, once the pressure hit, that whole tough guy act fell apart like glass. The same kid who once bragged about being built for the streets couldn't handle the real thing when it came knocking. Behind those walls, the cameras were gone, the filters disappeared, and all that was left was the truth. And it wasn't pretty. King didn't just stumble, he crumbled. Every ounce of swagger melted away under the weight of that reality. This wasn't your typical celebrity kid gets in trouble story. This was deeper. A painful collapse of someone who spent years crafting an image only to have it shattered overnight. Fame couldn't save him. Money couldn't protect him. Connections couldn't buy him respect. The streets don't play by those rules, and King learned that the hard way. Once the gang leader's words hit the internet, it was like dropping gasoline on a fire. The whispers that started in the prison block spread to the streets, then exploded online. Overnight, King Harris's name stopped being linked to power and turned into something completely different: weakness, fear, and embarrassment. But here's the cruel twist. It wasn't the kind of fear that earned you respect. It was the kind that made you a target. The kind that made people laugh instead of back off. Suddenly, social media was flooded with memes, clips, and jokes. The same followers who once hyped him up were now clowning him nonstop. The internet turned his downfall into entertainment, twisting his toughest moments into viral mockery. The same words King once shouted with pride, "I stand on business," had now turned into a punchline. The internet flipped his catchphrase into a full-on joke, dragging him across every social platform. People laughed at his breakdowns, made remixes out of his old videos, and turned his once powerful slogan into pure mockery. It was wild to see how fast respect can flip into ridicule. One moment you're the man, the next you're a meme. But here's the crazy twist. King wasn't the only one taking hits. His whole family, especially his father T.I., got dragged right into the mess. T.I., the same man who preached about growth, discipline, and staying focused, now had to face the harsh reality that his own son was spiraling in front of millions. The internet was ruthless, tearing apart every post, every comment, every word he said about being a real man. Then came the moment that broke the internet. King and T.I. going at it live on Instagram. King was yelling, frustrated, letting years of tension explode in real time, while T.I. tried to keep his cool. But you could see the pain in his face. This wasn't just father and son arguing. This was a family's private pain turning into a public spectacle. The clip went viral instantly, and people couldn't stop watching. Some laughing, some shocked, and others saying it was heartbreaking. What started as King's downfall had now become a full-blown family crisis. T.I.'s name, once tied to leadership and legacy, was now mixed into a whirlwind of headlines about a family falling apart. King's image as the Prince of Trap was gone, replaced by stories of arguments, arrest, and regret. At the end of the day, King Harris learned the hardest lesson. Fame doesn't buy respect, and street credibility can't be inherited. Behind those bars, no one cared about the Grammys, the fame, or the followers. It was all about survival, and King didn't pass that test. Once that gang leader's story hit the internet, everything shifted. The streets were talking, the blogs were spinning, and the media couldn't get enough. The legend of King Harris, the bold, unbreakable star, was gone, replaced by the raw, painful truth that no one saw coming. You won't believe what came out of that gang leader's mouth. It was explosive. This man, with nothing to lose and no reason to sugarcoat a thing, went public with everything that really happened to the so-called Prince of Trap when the cameras weren't rolling, and just like that, boom, the fantasy of King's tough guy image shattered right before everyone's eyes. But what made this story hit so differently? This wasn't just another spoiled celebrity kid getting caught up in trouble. No, this was deeper, raw, and way more real. This was the brutal truth about a young man who spent years trying to convince everyone, even himself, that he was built for a life he never truly understood. For so long, King played the role of a street soldier. But once those cold steel bars closed behind him, that act couldn't save him anymore. According to the gang leader, what really went down inside was nothing short of humiliating. It wasn't about street codes or gang politics. It was about reality smacking hard. The image King built online, loud, fearless, ready for anything, vanished the moment he faced the real thing. The gang leader described it perfectly. King froze completely. Gone was the confident kid who strutted through social media, talking like he ran the world. Inside those walls, King looked small, lost, and scared. A far cry from the trap prince he claimed to be. There were no friends to bail him out, no bodyguards to step in, no fancy cars or flashing lights. It was just him standing in front of men who'd been through things he couldn't even imagine. The gang leader said it was almost painful to watch the way King's energy changed, the way his confidence just drained away. He tried to talk tough, tried to keep up that front, but it was obvious the respect he once commanded had completely vanished. The same people who might have looked up to him outside were now laughing, shaking their heads, realizing that King wasn't built like he said he was. It was a total breakdown, a moment where everything he had built online collapsed under the weight of the truth. And even though King tried to pull it together, to talk his way out and prove himself, it was too late. The respect, gone, the fear, real, and the whole world was about to hear just how far the Prince of Trap had fallen. This wasn't one of those moments where name-dropping could save you, not even close. Behind those bars, it didn't matter who your dad was, how many hits he had, or how many followers you bragged about online. None of that held weight in a place where only real ones survive. In there, the only thing that mattered was who you truly were when the cameras were gone. The spotlight was off and there was no audience left to impress. And here's where it gets real messy. The gang leader didn't just say King froze up in fear. He claimed King tried to use his father's name to save himself. Imagine that. In a room full of hardened men, King allegedly tried to lean on T.I.'s legacy like it was a shield. It was a desperate move, a way to grab back some control when everything around him was crumbling. But the gang leader wasn't having it. He exposed it all, no hesitation, no mercy. He said that kind of move, using your father's fame in a world built on respect, wasn't just embarrassing, it was dangerous. In the streets, that kind of behavior isn't seen as strength, it's seen as weakness. And weakness in that world, it's blood in the water. What made this revelation so brutal was how it confirmed what everyone had been whispering for months, that King Harris wasn't really about that life. The gang leader's story painted him as a kid who played pretend for too long, believing his online persona could protect him in the real world. That famous "I stand on business" line, it became proof of the illusion. Just words from someone trying to sound tougher than he really was. The truth hit hard and spread faster than wildfire. Suddenly everyone was talking, the blogs, podcasts, even old school street figures were chiming in. They said King had glorified a lifestyle he never had to live, played with danger for attention, and finally got a taste of the consequences. The so-called Prince of Trap wasn't standing on business anymore. He was standing in the middle of a storm he created himself. Here's the real kicker. The gang leader wasn't doing all this just to humiliate King for laughs. No, his words had a purpose. When he exposed King's fear to the world, it wasn't just about tearing him down. It was about building himself up. In the street world, every move counts, and this one, it was strategic. By calling out the so-called Prince of Trap, that gang leader was staking his own claim, showing everyone that he wasn't afraid to stand up to fame, power, or privilege. In that environment, respect is the ultimate currency, and then by taking on someone like King, he earned it in full. That was a power move, plain and simple. When his story spread beyond those prison walls, it didn't just stay inside, it exploded. Word leaked out, and within days, King's reputation flipped completely upside down. The same inmates who once looked at him with curiosity or respect started mocking him relentlessly. His name used to echo through the halls with a mix of admiration and envy, but now it was followed by laughter. People joked about how the Trap Prince had folded under pressure. They said he was royalty in name only. The streets saw right through it all. They knew King's lifestyle was built on luxury, not survival. To them, he was just a kid from money trying to play a game he didn't understand. What once looked like confidence now looked like pure comedy. By the time the story reached the outside world, it was too late. The internet was eating it up like a feast. Social media erupted. Memes everywhere, endless jokes, tweets, and TikToks roasting him nonstop. The hashtag #sign stand on business flipped into a joke overnight. People used it sarcastically every time something embarrassing happened. It became the ultimate symbol of King's fall from grace. Every repost, every laugh, every video edit buried his tough guy image even deeper. And as each hour passed, King's reputation crumbled more. There was no going back, no PR spin strong enough to fix what had been exposed. The story had taken on a life of its own, and just when it seemed like things couldn't possibly get worse for King Harris, something even more intense was about to come to light. This story stopped being about humiliation a long time ago. This was deeper than memes, deeper than online jokes, and way beyond the internet roasting. King's fall from grace hit at the very core of what had always held his world together. His reputation, that image he built brick by brick, post by post, song by song, it was all gone in an instant. And once your reputation shatters in the streets or online, rebuilding it is almost impossible. King learned that lesson the hardest way imaginable. Behind those prison walls, he finally saw the truth. Fame fades, followers vanish, but your name, once it's stained, it stays that way. King's reputation wasn't just damaged, it was destroyed. The same people who once cheered him on were now laughing, reposting his downfall and using his own words against him. His life flipped overnight from being admired to being mocked. And you won't believe how fast things spiraled from there. The entire narrative around King changed in what felt like seconds. Even T.I., a man who built his name on respect and redemption, couldn't protect him this time. For years, T.I. worked hard to show growth, to turn his own past into lessons for his family. But now he was standing in the middle of his son's public collapse, powerless to stop the storm. For T.I., this wasn't just a PR nightmare. This was personal. This was about blood, legacy, and the painful truth that sometimes fame doesn't save you, it exposes you. King's downfall wasn't just his own failure. It became a reflection on the whole family. Every headline, every viral clip, every trending hashtag dragged the Harris name deeper into the chaos. But beyond the gossip and the headlines, something bigger was being exposed. A dark truth about the culture itself. King's fall showed just how dangerous that obsession with street life and internet fame can really be. When young stars start chasing respect from a world they don't belong to, the consequences can be brutal. And King Harris became the prime example of what happens when the fantasy finally collides with reality. That image, the one so many young people chase, has become like a trap itself. Everyone wants to look tough, live flashy, and talk like they've seen it all, but most never understand what that life really costs. And when the lights fade, when the cameras go dark, and the crowd moves on, that image can vanish in an instant. That's exactly what happened to King Harris. One moment he was flexing confidence, and the next it all came crashing down. After that gang leader's brutal tell-all about King's breakdown, everything flipped upside down for the Harris family. King's world unraveled in a flash, his online persona, his public respect, his fan base, all gone. But what made this story hit harder than any other celebrity scandal was the aftermath. The real fallout didn't stop with King, it fell heavy on his father too. T.I. suddenly found himself at the center of chaos he never saw coming. The man who had spent years rebuilding his image, becoming a voice for growth and redemption, now had to watch as his own son's reputation burned in front of the whole world. Every headline, every blog post, every viral meme dragged him right into it. This wasn't just King's scandal anymore. It became a family tragedy. And the big question everyone started asking was, how did T.I. handle this? How does a father, a legend, a man who built his legacy on wisdom and experience, cope with seeing his son go down the exact path he fought so hard to rise above? You won't believe how deep it cut him. T.I. had always been the mentor, the teacher, the man telling young people to stay smart and avoid the streets. He preached about learning from his mistakes, about not letting fame or ego destroy you. He turned his life around to be a better example, and not just for his fans, but for his kids too. But now, that same message was being tested in the cruelest way. Watching King live out the very mistakes he once warned about was a heartbreak no fame could protect him from. It wasn't about headlines or critics anymore. It was about a father watching his legacy, his lessons, and his love being ripped apart for the world to see. And that's what makes this story so real. It's not just about fame or image or downfall. It's about the painful truth behind the spotlight. Fame can buy followers, but it can't buy wisdom. The King Harris story is a warning to every young person chasing clout, because when the cameras stop rolling, only the truth remains. If you don't want to miss the next chapter of this wild saga, hit that like button and subscribe to Juicy Real. You never know whose story's about to blow up next.
You won't believe what just went down with King Harris, T.I.'s son. The kid who was once living large, rocking designer fits, flexing diamonds, and rolling in luxury cars is now fighting for his life in a hospital bed, pale, motionless, and surrounded by machines that keep him breathing. Behind the glass, his family stands broken, eyes red from crying, praying for a miracle that still hasn't come. It's almost impossible to process. This was King Harris, the one who was supposed to carry his father's legacy into the next generation. Fans who grew up watching him post his wild lifestyle online are in total shock. Nobody saw this coming. How did it go from all that fame and confidence to this? But here's where things get dark, way darker than anyone expected. What really happened that night wasn't just some random tragedy. It was something twisted. It all started on what was supposed to be a normal evening. King, just like any other day, was trying to keep his head down while serving time. People around him said he had been quiet lately, telling a few close guys that he needed to think, to be alone, to figure out his next move in life. Then suddenly, chaos, alarms blaring through the prison halls, guards running like their lives depended on it, and when they finally reached him, the scene was haunting. No pulse, no movement, just silence and confusion. What went down in those few minutes? Who was there with him? And how did it all spiral this far? King was found lying on the cold floor, unresponsive, barely hanging on. The air turned thick with fear as guards froze in place, watching life slip away from him second by second. At first, everyone thought it was just another tragic moment behind bars. But as the night went on, something started to feel off, real off. See, that prison had cameras everywhere, every hallway, every corner. But somehow that night, all the footage went dark. Total blackout. Not a single frame of what really happened. How convenient is that? Was it just a tech glitch? Or did someone make sure those tapes disappeared forever? When the news reached T.I. and Tiny, they dropped everything and rushed straight to the hospital. Panic in their eyes, hearts racing. Witnesses say T.I. looked completely shattered, pacing back and forth while Tiny held on to him, trembling, both praying their son would wake up. It was chaos mixed with heartbreak. Inside that cold hospital room, the machines were doing all the work, keeping King alive by the thinnest thread. His body was covered in injuries that didn't make sense. Not random bruises or simple scars, but marks that looked planned, deliberate. Somebody wanted him hurt, badly. Doctors tried to stay quiet, but the whispers started spreading fast. Staff murmuring in hallways, exchanging looks that said it all. Whatever happened to King that night, it wasn't an accident. Something darker was hiding behind those hospital walls. This wasn't some random accident. Not even close. This wasn't a fight gone too far or a misunderstanding gone bad. King Harris was targeted. Somebody wanted him out of the picture, and they made sure of it. While his family sat in the ICU, praying over his fragile body, the whispers started spreading like wildfire. And what people inside the prison were saying made the whole thing sound straight out of a crime thriller. Word was King had crossed paths with some serious power players, not just inmates with tempers, but people with real reach, the kind of people who move in silence and make things disappear when they want to. According to the talk floating around those prison walls, King might have stumbled onto something big, something he was never supposed to see. Maybe shady money transfers, secret trades, or hidden deals that could ruin reputations if they ever leaked. And that's when the pieces started falling into place. What if King wasn't just another inmate, but a liability? Someone who knew too much? Because in a place like that, when you become a threat to the wrong people, you don't last long. The violence he suffered wasn't random. It was cold, calculated, planned. As the hours crawled by, T.I. and Tiny refused to leave his side, hands clasped, watching every flicker on the monitor like their whole world depended on it. But then, right when they thought they'd heard it all, another twist hit out of nowhere. Something strange went down inside that same prison, something that made everyone question what they really knew about the night King almost lost his life. Whispers inside the prison got even louder. Some claimed King had uncovered something huge, something that could shake the whole system. The word was that he'd accidentally stumbled on shady deals involving the very same officers who were supposed to protect him. We're talking dirty money, smuggled contraband, and backdoor trades that had no business happening behind bars. Could it be that King knew too much, and that's why he ended up fighting for his life? That's when things started spiraling fast. T.I. and Tiny demanded answers. They wanted the truth, no matter how ugly it was. They pushed to see the prison security footage, desperate to know what really went down that night. But when they finally confronted the warden, what he said left everyone speechless. He told them the cameras had malfunctioned, every single one. Not just one camera or one angle, all of them. Every second that could have told the truth, erased, vanished. And the timing, way too convenient. The silence from the people in charge only made the whole situation reek of a cover-up. The public could feel it too. Something about this didn't sit right. Meanwhile, T.I., The same man who once walked the stage with confidence and pride was breaking down in front of the entire world. The man known for his strength and sharp words was suddenly just a father, lost and desperate. And when he spoke, his pain hit everyone straight in the heart. He said, "I don't care about justice, I just want my boy to live." That line spread like wildfire online. It was all anyone could talk about. Some said it was grief, pure and simple. But others, they swore T.I. already knew. They believed he understood this wasn't some freak incident. It was deeper, darker, and tied to something much bigger than anyone had dared to admit. Then, just when it couldn't get any crazier, a leaked voice note from inside the hospital started circulating online. A nurse who'd been there that night had something to say, and what she revealed sent chills through everyone who heard it. The leaked nurse's voice note changed everything. In that shaky recording, she whispered that what happened to King wasn't random at all. Someone wanted him gone. That single line flipped the entire story on its head. Suddenly, this wasn't just another tragic prison brawl. It was something darker, colder, and full of betrayal. The very system that was supposed to protect him now looked like it had turned against him. The nurse's words spread fast and the internet went wild. Fans couldn't believe it. How could this happen under watch? Social media exploded with hashtags demanding justice for King. But right alongside that outrage came something else, fear. People started wondering, what if this wasn't just bad luck? What if it was all a setup from the start? Every new piece of information made the mystery even deeper. If King really knew something that powerful people wanted buried, maybe his accident wasn't meant to just scare him. Maybe it was meant to end him. The thought alone sent chills through everyone following the story. I and Tiny were running out of hope and patience, desperate to uncover what really happened that night. But the more they pushed, the further the truth seemed to drift away, like someone was pulling strings from behind the scenes to keep it hidden. Every question they asked led to another wall of silence, and now the public wanted answers just as badly. Fans, friends, and even people who'd never met King were connecting dots online, digging into old clips and interviews. Some started whispering, could this be connected to T.I.'s past? To the enemies he made in the music game years ago? Or maybe something even bigger, something that reached beyond fame, beyond rap, and deep into power itself. The internet was buzzing with wild theories, but one thing stood out. This wasn't random at all. It felt planned, like someone had mapped out every detail long before that night even happened. King Harris hadn't just been caught in bad luck, he'd been targeted. And the biggest question hanging over everyone's head was, who was behind it? As T.I. and Tiny tried to hold it together, the pressure was crushing them. They were living hour by hour, barely breathing, watching the machines that kept their son alive flicker with uncertainty. Every beep echoed like a countdown. Outside, fans were praying, lighting candles, flooding timelines with messages of hope. The whole world was holding its breath for King. But inside that hospital, the atmosphere was thick, tense, uneasy, like everyone knew something wasn't right. Nurses avoided eye contact, officers guarded the doors, and whispers echoed through the hallways. Every person seemed to have a version of the story, but none of them matched. The mystery was growing, and the truth was buried somewhere deep beneath all the fear and confusion. And then, just when people thought it couldn't get any more intense, more whispers started spreading from inside the prison walls. Quiet conversations in corners, names being dropped, secrets being hinted at. But here's the wild part. The people talking weren't the ones anyone expected. What they were saying turned the entire situation into something that didn't sound like a tragedy anymore. It sounded like a full-blown conspiracy. Word started spreading like wildfire. King Harris hadn't just made enemies inside those walls. He'd made enemies above them. These weren't your average inmates with grudges or street beefs. Nah, these were people with power. The kind who pull strings from the shadows. The kind who make sure secrets stay buried, no matter the cost. So what did King find that night? That's the question that had everyone talking. The wildest rumor was that he'd stumbled onto something massive, something so dangerous that people would rather destroy him than let it leak out. Sources whispered that King had discovered illegal deals happening inside the prison itself, right under the noses of those running it. They said officers, the ones meant to keep order, were actually deep in it, moving contraband, passing envelopes of cash, and trading favors in the dark. King wasn't supposed to see it, but somehow he did. And once he did, it was game over. Could that be the reason he ended up on that cold floor, fighting for his life? As the family pushed for answers, every door slammed in their face. The warden wouldn't talk, the guards couldn't remember, and officials kept repeating the same cold line. The cameras malfunctioned, but that excuse? Nobody was buying it. How could every single camera fail at the exact same moment something like this went down? The footage that should have shown everything, the hallway, the fight, the truth, was gone. Erased, just like that. Fans were furious, calling it a cover-up, and honestly, who could blame them? The more people dug, the clearer it became. This wasn't just a mystery anymore, it was a message. Someone didn't want the truth to come out, and they'd do anything to keep it buried. Was it really just a camera malfunction? Or was someone working overtime to make sure the truth never saw daylight? The internet was on fire with theories. Social media turned into a full-blown investigation. Fans, journalists, and even random strangers started piecing together screenshots, timelines, and insider leaks. Everyone had their own take on what really happened that night, but one thing kept popping up again and again. This wasn't random. This was planned. People were convinced King hadn't just been attacked. He'd been set up. And then came the twist that sent the story into overdrive. Another leaked voice recording dropped online. This time, it was from someone who had actually worked inside the prison. The mysterious voice claimed that before everything went down, guards were ordered to stand down. Not just to hold back, but to completely ignore their duty to protect King. Think about that for a second. Guards who are supposed to prevent chaos were allegedly told to step aside. That means whatever happened next wasn't an accident. It was an ambush, a setup from the inside. And the worst part? The silence from officials made it sound way too real. Fans were outraged, hashtags were trending, petitions were being signed, and news outlets were scrambling to catch up. Nobody cared about the official statements anymore. People wanted the truth. The pressure online was so intense that even insiders started speaking out anonymously, saying there were things happening behind those walls that the public wasn't ready to know. Meanwhile, T.I. and Tiny were falling apart. Their pain was visible in every photo, every clip that surfaced online. What started as heartbreak had now turned into horror, the realization that their son might have been caught in something far deeper than anyone imagined. The belief that this wasn't a random act of violence, but a cold, organized betrayal. T.I., once the king of confidence and control, the man who stood tall on every stage, was crumbling before the world's eyes. Reporters described him as unrecognizable, pacing hospital halls, unable to speak without breaking down. It wasn't just grief anymore, it was helplessness, fear, and fury all mixing together. And as more clues came out, it became painfully clear. This story wasn't over, not even close. T.I.'s face told a story words couldn't. His eyes were sunken, filled with tears that refused to stop. And when he finally spoke, his voice cracked in a way that broke everyone listening. "I don't care about justice. I just want my boy to live," he said. And that one line hit the internet like a thunderclap. Some said it was pure grief, the cry of a heartbroken father, but others couldn't shake the feeling. Maybe T.I. knew more than he was letting on. Maybe he understood something the world hadn't uncovered yet. The questions came fast. Was this pain, or was it knowledge? Did he already know who had done this to King? The world started digging deeper, and just when things seemed like they couldn't get heavier, another leak dropped. This time it came straight from inside the hospital. A nurse who had seen everything up close, the panic, the blood, the heartbreak, recorded a short voice note. Her tone was quiet, trembling, and her words sent shockwaves through every corner of social media. "This wasn't random," she whispered. "Someone wanted him gone." That one sentence flipped the story completely. What was once seen as a tragic accident now looked like something calculated, planned, a tale of betrayal, hidden power, and fear that ran much deeper than anyone thought. The nurse's message confirmed what millions had been suspecting, that the people meant to protect King might have been the same ones who allowed this to happen. As online investigators, fans, and journalists started connecting the dots, the picture got darker with every piece. Links between names, strange coincidences, and missing records started to appear. It wasn't just about King anymore, it was about a system built on silence and control, the kind of corruption that hides in plain sight. Now, this wasn't just one family waiting in a hospital room. It had become a full-blown movement for truth, and people weren't letting it go until the real story came out. What started as one family's nightmare had exploded into a global fight for truth. The whole world was watching now, cameras flashing, headlines running non-stop, and social media burning with anger. But the most chilling part? T.I. and Tiny weren't just praying for their son to survive anymore. They were terrified that the truth would never come out. Outside the hospital, the scene looked like something straight out of a movie. Crowds filled the streets, fans chanting King's name, holding up signs that said "Justice for King," and lighting candles that flickered through the night. The energy was electric, pain mixed with rage, fear mixed with faith. Everyone wanted the same thing, answers. The pressure on the authorities was getting unbearable. Reporters were camping outside the prison, demanding statements. Activists were calling out corruption live on camera. But the silence from officials only made the outrage grow louder. Every hour that passed felt heavier, like the truth itself was being pushed further into the dark. Inside that hospital, T.I. looked like a man broken in half. The once confident artist, known for his sharp words and fearless attitude, was now just a father on his knees, helpless, lost, and desperate to understand how this could happen to his boy. Every beep from the monitors made his heart jump. Every whisper from the doctors sent chills through the family. This wasn't just about King anymore. It had become something bigger, a wake-up call to the world about what really happens behind closed doors, about how power can twist justice and silence those who try to speak out. People everywhere started to realize this wasn't just one story, this was a mirror reflecting a system built on secrets and fear. As the hours dragged on, King's condition stayed critical. Machines hummed, nurses rushed in and out, and T.I. and Tiny refused to leave his side, not even for a moment. They clung to hope like it was all they had left, but deep down, that haunting question never left their minds. Was this really about their son? Or something far deeper, something powerful people didn't want the world to ever uncover? And if you've been following this far, hit that subscribe button to Juicy Reel, because the story isn't over yet.
I dare you to say that again to my face. What did you say about my mama? You know I don't play about my mama. You died a day for my mama, cause I say so. If you put your paws on my mama, you'll meet the class of her data. Those are the laws for my mama.
What started as another routine social media jab between two veteran rap figures slowly transformed into something far more layered and personal, because the long simmering tension between T.I. and 50 Cent has never really disappeared. It has only evolved with the platforms. Their relationship has always been competitive rather than friendly, shaped by two dominant personalities from different regional power bases, two men who built empires in different eras of hip-hop, yet understand attention, branding, and perception at the highest level. Over the years, they have traded subtle comments, indirect remarks, strategic humor, and calculated responses, and while it rarely escalated into full-scale lyrical warfare, the energy was always present beneath the surface. When Versus became a cultural moment and fans began fantasizing about iconic matchups, T.I. publicly expressed interest in facing 50 Cent, suggesting that conversations had already happened behind the scenes, framing it as strategy rather than confrontation. However, when those clips resurfaced, 50 reacted as if the challenge was unexpected, and if you understand his pattern, you know he rarely lets an opportunity for narrative control slip by. 50 Cent does not simply respond to controversy, he amplifies it, shapes it, and often redirects it in ways that keep him positioned at the center of the attention cycle. His digital persona thrives on provocation mixed with humor, and he has mastered the art of posting just enough to ignite debate while maintaining plausible deniability. So when tension began resurfacing between him and T.I., it followed a familiar rhythm of online teasing, reposted clips, sarcastic captions, and subtle personal jabs. At first, the exchange felt like typical industry sparring, two experienced figures engaging in competitive banter. However, the atmosphere shifted when commentary began touching on family, because in hip-hop culture, there has always been an unspoken boundary regarding relatives. While lines can be crossed lyrically, when wives or children become part of the discourse, the tone inevitably changes. That is when the situation stopped being simple ego competition and began inching towards something more sensitive. As posts circulated and reactions multiplied, members of the Harris family began addressing the situation publicly. King Harris entered the exchange with intensity, making it clear that he was not comfortable with the direction the conversation had taken. That alone signaled escalation, because once children defend parents in public disputes, it signals emotional investment beyond strategy. Yet the true shift came when TY's youngest daughter allegedly reacted as well. Clips began circulating across social platforms, suggesting she had directly addressed 50 Cent's remarks, and the tone many viewers interpreted was not timid or confused, but protective and assertive. That reaction resonated strongly because audiences are accustomed to celebrity children remaining neutral during public feuds. Instead, this moment suggested that the next generation was unwilling to remain silent when their family name felt targeted. Her alleged clapback altered the optics of the entire situation. A rivalry that once felt like two seasoned artists trading digital blows suddenly appeared generational. Social media thrives on escalation, and within hours, blogs reframed the narrative as T.I.'s daughter entering the beef. That wording carried weight because entering implies participation rather than observation. Comment sections immediately split between those who applauded her loyalty and those who argued she should not have stepped into an exchange between industry veterans. Yet the cultural landscape has changed dramatically compared to earlier decades. Today, celebrity children possess their own platforms, audiences, and confidence to speak independently. They do not require media intermediaries to express perspective. When they go live or post directly, the message bypasses traditional filters and travels instantly. The deeper reason this moment struck so strongly is tied to perception of boundaries. 50 Cent's long-established online persona is built on fearlessness in targeting opponents, and he has historically shown little hesitation in expanding disputes into personal territory. However, when a daughter publicly defends her father, the moral calculus for observers shifts. Some viewers interpret her defense as admirable strength, while others view it as risky exposure. Either way, it changes the emotional frame of the conflict. What was once entertainment begins to look like family pride on display. Pride is volatile because it does not always respond to calculated strategy. Pride responds to perceived disrespect. From a strategic standpoint, both men understand timing and narrative momentum. Controversy often aligns with promotional cycles in entertainment, and skepticism inevitably arises regarding whether escalation is organic or opportunistic. Yet even in environments where attention economics drive engagement, authentic emotion cannot be fully manufactured. The reaction attributed to T.I.'s daughter felt to many like instinct rather than rollout. That authenticity fueled viral traction because audiences detect sincerity quickly. At the same time, authenticity increases vulnerability. Once a younger family member becomes part of a public dispute, scrutiny expands. Old clips resurface, unrelated commentary gains traction, and the internet's memory becomes weaponized. Observers began analyzing not only the words exchanged but the broader implications for legacy. T.I.'s public image incorporates themes of fatherhood, guidance, and Southern leadership. 50 Cent's digital identity emphasizes resilience, irreverence, and dominance in online arenas. When those two archetypes collide, it creates cultural friction. The daughter's alleged involvement intensified that friction because it suggested that legacy defense had moved beyond the patriarch himself. It implied generational alignment around protecting family reputation. That perception alone transforms audience engagement from passive consumption into moral judgment. People no longer debate who won a joke exchange. They debate who crossed a line. Meanwhile, speculation grew regarding whether 50 would respond directly or pivot. Historically, he rarely ignores attention spikes. However, responding to a daughter rather than her father introduces reputational complexity. Ignoring it could be interpreted as strategic restraint. Engaging could escalate criticism. In digital conflicts, every move carries layered optics. That uncertainty created suspense across commentary channels. Reaction videos multiplied, dissecting tone, analyzing phrasing, debating intent. Each new upload extended the lifespan of the story. Attention feeds longevity, and longevity sustains narrative tension. Beyond the immediate exchange lies a broader cultural shift. The current era blurs generational boundaries in celebrity discourse. Younger family members grow up within media ecosystems where self-expression is normalized and rapid response culture is expected. Silence can appear as weakness in environments that reward immediacy. When T.I.'s youngest daughter allegedly spoke out, she may have been operating within that generational logic rather than strategic calculation. Yet once the clip entered public circulation, its meaning expanded beyond individual impulse. It became symbolic of how fame has altered family dynamics in public disputes. The internet thrives on binary framing, positioning individuals as either justified defenders or reckless escalators. Reality is often more complex. Loyalty and risk coexist. Defense and escalation are not mutually exclusive. By stepping into the conversation, the daughter asserted agency but also accepted exposure. That duality defines modern celebrity culture. The line between private family loyalty and public brand management has thinned dramatically. When millions observe in real time, every emotional response becomes content. At the core of this saga lies a tension between strategy and sincerity. 50 Cent's reputation as an online tactician suggests calculated provocation. T.I.'s reputation as a protective father suggests principled response. When those reputations intersect with the voice of a daughter unwilling to remain quiet, the dynamic intensifies. Viewers project their own values onto the situation, interpreting actions through lenses of respect, pride, entertainment, or overreach. The debate itself sustains the story. As speculation continues, 3 potential trajectories remain plausible. The conflict could cool as attention cycles shift to new controversies. It could escalate further if direct responses reignite debate. Or it could transform into monetizable engagement through interviews, music, or commentary appearances. Entertainment history demonstrates that rivalry often fuels visibility. However, visibility does not guarantee reputational benefit. Public memory archives every moment, and in an era where screenshots never disappear, every caption becomes permanent record. Ultimately, what makes this episode compelling is not merely that a daughter allegedly clapped back at a rap icon. It is that her involvement reframed the emotional stakes. It revealed how quickly digital sparring can expand beyond its original scope. It illustrated how generational voices now participate directly in narratives that once belonged solely to established figures. Whether this chapter concludes quietly or escalates again depends on choices yet to be made, but one truth remains evident. When family pride intersects with strategic trolling in a hyper-connected era, the outcome rarely remains simple entertainment.
Breaking news. The entire city is frozen in disbelief as King Harris fights for his life at 3 a.m. The silence of the night cracked wide open when whispers leaked from deep inside a cold, sterile ICU room. And those whispers weren't just whispers, they were warnings. King Harris, the son of rap royalty, T.I. and singer Tiny, is hanging on by the thinnest thread imaginable.
People hit me up like, King, I know you tired, you ain't getting no sleep, and the truth be told, before this little I ain't been getting no sleep, you know what I'm saying? I just been outside working, lifestyle, lifestyle just lifing, you know what I'm saying? And, but now I'm damn sure not getting no sleep. This up every morning, and then around the morning time, he like to do that little live concert I be doing with him. And He like to walk around the house. So
we're talking about a brutal life or death struggle that has his family and fans holding their breath every second. Insiders close to the situation are delivering the most chilling words yet. Prepare for the worst. Can you believe that? King is strapped to life support, and every weak heartbeat feels like an hourglass losing its last grain of sand.
This ain't your fucking restaurant. This ain't your fucking restaurant. Everything you make, I can pull out my pocket right now. I ain't tripping on you. I ain't tripping. Get the hell out of my face. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. Who the hell is he? What's your name?
What's your name?
My name King. You know it and your mama know it. Tell your mama Happy Mother's Day. Tell your mama Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. File your shit.
Come back.
What? On game what? On game what? Come here. Come here. I'll show you what I do. Come here. I'll show you what I do. Come here.
Doctors say the next 24 hours will decide it all. Witnesses inside the hospital describe a soul-crushing scene. Tiny, unable to bear the weight of the pain, collapsed in the hallway, sobbing uncontrollably, pounding the floor in pure despair. That raw, gut-wrenching moment. It's already circling the internet, blasting across social feeds as millions beg the universe for a miracle. But here's the part that's shaking everyone to the core. What first looked like just a medical emergency is twisting into something way darker. A leaked medical report is spilling secrets nobody was ready for. We're talking deep cuts, bruises that scream deliberate, and trauma that doesn't look random at all. This isn't just violence. This looks like cold, calculated torture. And now, the whole city is asking, who could have done this? Even more chilling than the silence of that ICU, an audio clip has exploded online, allegedly catching a prison guard whispering, "The order came from above. We just cleared the way." One single sentence, and boom, the internet lost its mind. People everywhere are asking the same thing. Who hated King Harris enough to sign off on what looks like a straight-up hit job disguised as a medical emergency? And it doesn't end there, not even close. Word on the street says a security tape exists, showing masked figures sliding into King's ICU room, moving like ghosts in the night, tampering with his life support. That footage hasn't been confirmed, but just the idea of it has people panicking. Imagine that. Not even in a hospital bed, hooked up to machines, could King feel safe. Somebody clearly wants him gone, and the question is why? Outside, the chaos reached another level when T.I. stepped out, breaking down in front of a swelling crowd of fans, family, and cameras. His voice cracked as he cried out, "He's just a kid! Don't let them take my son!" That raw, emotional plea hit the internet like wildfire, instantly sparking hashtags like hashtag pray for King and hashtag justice for King Harris. The city's in tears, but the internet, it's divided. While millions are begging for a miracle, critics are dragging T.I.'s past into it, calling the whole situation karmic payback. The online battle is vicious. Sympathy on one side, brutal judgment on the other, and the Harris family is stuck in the middle of it all. And as daylight creeps in, the news gets worse. King's condition has officially gone from critical but stable to full-blown multi-organ failure. Doctors are working in rotating shifts, burning themselves out, just trying to keep him alive another hour. But behind those hospital doors, whispers are getting louder. Nurses are quietly saying the unthinkable, that this isn't just bad luck. This is sabotage. Even staff inside the hospital are scared, not only for King, but for their own safety. This story just took a sinister turn, and the streets are demanding answers. Meanwhile, the crowd outside that hospital is swelling bigger and louder by the hour. Some are clutching candles, whispering prayers through trembling lips, while others wave signs in the air screaming, "Protect King, and we want the truth." The scene looks more like a protest than a vigil, and with helicopters circling above, the whole city of Atlanta feels like it's trembling. Inside those hospital walls, the family is shattered. They're said to be pacing like a man losing his grip, breaking down in tears every time anyone dares to whisper the words, "Let go." Tiny, completely destroyed. Witnesses say she's been trembling non-stop, her face swollen from endless hours of crying, as if her whole world is being ripped away in slow motion. And Hollywood? Oh, they're shook too. 50 Cent, Meek Mill, even Kanye West. They've all dropped cryptic posts that fans can't stop dissecting. Some posts hint at sinister industry plots, others warn about forces you can't see but better respect. But the creepiest part? The silence from certain A-list names who haven't said a word. Are they protecting somebody high up, or are they just too scared to speak? The whispers won't stop growing. One theory claims King was marked because of unreleased tracks where he allegedly throws shade at powerful industry figures. Another theory, straight betrayal from his own label, scared of what might come out if those songs ever hit the streets. And lurking even deeper, rumors that government hands could be moving pieces in the shadows, keeping this all under wraps. And as the conspiracy storm spins out of control, the family is facing the coldest, hardest truth yet. Sources say they've been asked to review end-of-life documents, the kind of paperwork doctors only bring out when hope is hanging by a thread. The brutal reality? King may not make it through the night. What started out as a tragedy has now spun into a full-blown conspiracy and maybe even the spark of a nationwide reckoning. Through the deafening noise of rumors, leaks, and hashtags, one voice keeps cutting through it all. T.I., crying out in raw desperation, "God, please don't let them take my son." Inside the ICU, chaos reigns. Nurses rush with emergency meds, alarms scream from the machines, and every piercing beep feels like a knife, stabbing the family's hearts. Witnesses say the scene looked like a war zone of heartbreak, panic, and fear as medical staff scrambled to keep King alive. Then came the breaking point, around 5 a.m. Doctors reportedly pulled T.I. and Tiny aside and delivered the kind of words no parent should ever have to hear. If things don't improve soon, we may need to discuss letting him go. That sentence hit like a bomb. Tiny collapsed so violently from the shock, she actually needed medical attention herself. Her screams, "Don't take my baby, don't take him from me," echoed through the ICU like a haunting siren, shaking everyone within earshot. A hospital worker secretly recorded the gut-wrenching moment, and now that footage is flooding the internet, racking up millions of views and breaking hearts around the world. But the nightmare didn't stop there. It only got darker. A classified report leaked just hours later, suggesting King's collapse might not just be from the brutal beating. Insiders say a mysterious, unidentified substance turned up in his bloodstream, something you don't get from a regular jailhouse scrap. Even more shocking, experts now claim this chemical appears to have been given after he reached the hospital. That raises terrifying new questions. Who had access? Who could have slipped something into his IV while guards, nurses, and family were nearby? And how could someone walk in and out unseen in a supposedly secure ICU? This story has gone way beyond an assault. It's starting to look like a nightmare orchestrated in real time, and the world is watching. Then came the clip that blew the internet to pieces. A grainy, anonymous video allegedly showing two hooded figures slipping into King's ICU room at 2:47 a.m. One moves straight to the bedside while the other stands guard at the door like a lookout. The footage cuts off suddenly, but the implication is ice cold. Somebody was inside that room and they weren't there to help. Investigators are now scrambling to pull visitor logs, trying to figure out who slipped through security at one of Atlanta's top-tier hospitals. The fear online is instant and feral. People are saying what everyone's thinking. Someone might have been trying to finish the job right under the hospital's nose. Hashtags like hashtag ICUB breach and hashtag protect. King Harris are blowing up across every platform, while fans and skeptics alike ask the same question. How does a young man from a music dynasty end up this exposed in a supposedly secure facility? Outside, the pressure's boiling over. The Harris family's heartbreak cracked on camera. Relatives arguing under bright lights while paparazzi rolled tape. Members from Tiny's side reportedly blamed T.I.'s past choices, and T.I. snapped back, shouting at the cameras, "This isn't karma, this is murder." That raw moment instantly went viral, fanning flames and splitting the public down the middle. Is this tragedy, self-inflicted history, or a cold, deliberate hit job? Then another bombshell dropped. A leaked audio file, allegedly from a senior Georgia prison official. In a muffled warning, a voice can be heard saying, "Some are mutts. If the boy talks, everything crumbles. He can't walk out of there alive." Still unverified, but the effect was electric. Panic spread like wildfire as people began to believe the unthinkable. That King wasn't attacked for who he is, but for what he knows. And T.I., he fired back with fury, telling reporters, "My son is being hunted by a system that would rather silence him than protect him." The battle lines have been drawn, and this saga is no longer just a family tragedy. It's a war for the truth. This isn't just a tragedy anymore. It's starting to look like a straight-up hit. Investigators are now on high alert, combing through every lead while the public remains viciously split. Some people are heartbroken for King, others are accusing the Harris family of spinning a sympathy play. But then came the most chilling reveal yet. An anonymous nurse stepped forward, claiming King's ventilator was shut off for several seconds in the middle of the night. That detail sent fresh outrage and terror racing across the internet. Picture it, alarms blaring in the ICU, machines screaming as life support faltered, and then silence. When administrators pulled the security footage to see what happened, the tape was mysteriously gone, vanished. Was it a simple glitch, or did someone deliberately wipe the evidence clean? That question is now burning through forums and group chats worldwide. Fans are spinning their own theories faster than officials can keep up. Some point to industry sabotage, others whisper about rival beefs, and a few are even calling this a full-blown mafia-style cover-up. With the fog of confusion growing thicker by the hour, the truth feels like it's slipping further and further out of reach. Celebrities are now piling in, fanning the flames. A tearful Cardi B went on Instagram saying, "That baby don't deserve none of this. I don't care what you feel about his daddy. Pray for that boy." Snoop Dogg jumped on Live with an even darker warning. "This industry ain't what you think. Protect your kids. They're coming for all of us." Those words sent shockwaves through social media, feeding the belief that something much bigger is playing out behind the scenes. Meanwhile, chaos has erupted at Grady Memorial. Protesters stormed the entrance, chanting, "Let's see King," and "Protect that boy." Police in full riot gear swarmed in, transforming the hospital into a scene that looked more like a war zone than a place of healing. And through it all, T.I. and Tiny have refused to leave their son's side, holding vigil in the middle of a storm that shows no sign of ending. An eyewitness painted a gut-wrenching picture of the night inside Grady Memorial. T.I. hadn't eaten, hadn't slept in over 24 hours. He just paced the halls like a ghost, whispering prayers under his breath, breaking down again and again. Tiny, meanwhile, clutched King's hand so tightly that nurses had to beg her to let go just so they could work on him. But every minute that passed was another stolen chance. Time was slipping away fast. Doctors started using cold, clinical language that no parent ever wants to hear. Multi-organ failure. Irreversible damage. Those words didn't just crush hope, they annihilated it. One insider revealed, T.I. snapped in a fury, screaming at the doctors, punching the walls, and shouting, "You're lying! You're not doing enough! Don't tell me to let him go!" His outbursts rattled patients and staff alike, turning raw grief into violent rage. And while the Harris family unraveled inside, the world outside was spinning out of control. As the sun rose over Atlanta, the chaos only grew wilder. Anonymous accounts started dropping leaks so disturbing they barely seemed real. One explosive claim alleged that a top music executive had ordered the hit, desperate to silence King before he could drop an unreleased track allegedly naming powerful industry figures. Fact or fiction? Nobody knows anymore. But the whispers are spreading like wildfire. By dawn, the crowd outside the hospital had swelled into the hundreds. By noon, it was in the thousands. People lit candles, waved posters, and screamed for answers while helicopters buzzed overhead, capturing every second of the chaos. The peaceful vigil turned into a battle when protesters clashed with law enforcement, tear gas filled the air, and Atlanta's streets transformed into a front line of grief, rage, and rebellion. What's clear is this: King Harris is hanging by the thinnest thread imaginable, and the entire world is glued to every single second of it. The city isn't just upset anymore. It's demanding answers right now. What used to be a hospital has turned into a battlefield. Police in riot gear on the outside, medical chaos on the inside, and in the middle of it all, King Harris fighting for his life. Inside the ICU, his condition took a brutal, terrifying turn. Lungs collapsing, kidneys shutting down, and medical staff whispering the words the family had prayed they'd never hear. Prepare for the worst. The second that phrase hit the internet, it was over. Number sign prepare for trended worldwide within minutes, as millions sent up prayers, tweets, and desperate pleas for a miracle. Then came the heart-stopping claim that froze everyone in their tracks. A whistleblower leaked that King had actually flatlined for nearly 2 minutes before doctors shocked him back to life. The idea that T.I. and Tiny almost lost their son crushed fans everywhere. Social feeds flooded with tears, heartbreak emojis, and videos of people crying in real time. But the revelation opened even darker questions. If his heart stopped once, could it happen again? And was this really the aftermath of a jailhouse brawl? Or was King being kept on the edge of death on purpose? Those questions poured gasoline on an already burning fire. Inside the ICU, T.I. and Tiny's sorrow erupted into full-blown war with the hospital staff. One witness claims T.I. blew up in the hallway screaming, "If my son dies, I swear the truth will come out. This ain't no accident. This is murder." Security had to restrain him after he reportedly smashed a chair in fury. That explosive moment leaked online almost instantly, going nuclear across feeds. Meanwhile, Tiny, broken and completely spent, collapsed just outside the ICU doors, clutching a rosary and sobbing into her hands as cameras rolled. That image, a mother on the floor begging for her son's life, is now etched into the internet's memory forever. His family tried to hold her up, but that viral clip of Tiny collapsing has already been branded one of the year's most soul-crushing moments. And just when the world thought it couldn't get any darker, the coldest twist dropped out of nowhere. A hacker collective uploaded what they claimed were internal medical files showing traces of unapproved toxins in King's blood, substances never listed in his official treatment records. The internet erupted in rage, spinning out with more questions than answers. The hackers didn't just leak the files, they added a caption that sliced through the feeds like a blade. They're not trying to save King, they're finishing him off. Within minutes, the post detonated online, whipping an already furious crowd into chaos. Protesters outside the hospital screamed, "Cover up!" as clashes with riot police turned violent. Live streams from the scene pulled millions of viewers in real time, watching Atlanta descend into mayhem. The entertainment world, already on edge, exploded in fury too. 50 Cent fired shots at industry snakes he accused of orchestrating the takedown. Meek Mill hit Twitter with a gut punch. They silenced the future before it could speak. And Kanye West? He dropped the most chilling line of all. "This is what happens when you say no to them. They come for your bloodline." Those words echoed like a curse across social media, fueling the belief that this wasn't about a fight anymore. This was about power, silence, and punishment. By now, the story had flipped completely. No one was calling this a simple jailhouse brawl. The narrative had shifted into something far darker, a war over secrets, influence, and control. Social media tore itself in half, one side demanding justice and transparency, the other coldly calling it retribution. But inside that freezing ICU room, there was no debate, no hashtags, no theories. There was only a family holding on for dear life, praying against the clock as King's faint heartbeat kept the world waiting. Only the cold rhythm of machines beeping filled the ICU, sterile walls closing in on a family breaking apart under the weight of grief. Doctors gave yet another brutal update, their words cutting deeper than any wound. With every passing hour, King's chances of survival were slipping lower and lower. The Harris family buckled under the unbearable truth as night blanketed Atlanta like a shroud. Then came another gut punch. A leaked ICU security feed surfaced online, allegedly showing masked figures lurking right outside King's room. One of them appeared to be holding a metallic case. Real or doctored, no one could say for sure, but the footage was terrifying enough to send shockwaves across the globe. Could this have been another attempt? Another plan to silence him for good? The fear was so thick, you could feel it through the screen. And then came the moment that shattered millions of hearts. At approximately 11:45 p.m., Ty walked outside to face the massive crowd. His hands trembled as he gripped the microphone, his eyes swollen, his voice breaking with pain that no parent should ever have to carry. "They told me to prepare for the worst," he said, and the crowd fell into a stunned silence. He choked through his tears, voice cracking as he asked the impossible. "But how do you do that? How do you prepare to lose your child? He's in there fighting with everything he's got, and all I can do is beg you, please pray harder than you ever have." He didn't deserve this. None of it. That plea ripped through the internet like wildfire. Within hours, clips of T.I.'s breakdown had been reposted millions of times on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. It was raw. It was real. It was absolutely heartbreaking. But while T.I. begged for prayers, the public wanted more than hope. They wanted answers. Was this truly the fallout from a jailhouse fight? Or had King Harris become the target of something far more sinister? Way more sinister questions keep boiling to the surface, and none of them have answers. Why were the prison cameras mysteriously offline during the exact moment of the attack? Why were guards suddenly ordered to stand down, leaving King exposed? And now, the most chilling question of all, who's making sure King never leaves that hospital alive? This story isn't just tragic anymore, it's twisting darker by the hour. The Harris family is trapped in a nightmare with no escape, clinging to hope while watching the unthinkable unfold. Doctors are warning again. The next 24 hours are absolutely critical. Every second feels like a countdown. Every beep of a machine a reminder that his fate hangs on the thinnest thread imaginable. King Harris remains locked in intensive care, his body failing under the weight of injuries and questions that won't stop piling up. And as Atlanta holds its breath, the entire world is staring down one burning question. Will King Harris survive this nightmare, or are we witnessing one of the most tragic and twisted downfalls in modern hip-hop history? So what do you think? Is this just terrible luck stacked on bad choices? Or is there something far deeper, far darker at play here? Was this a random act of violence or a carefully orchestrated takedown? Drop your thoughts in the comments. We want to hear every theory, every angle, every suspicion, and make sure you like, share, and subscribe to Juicy Real so you don't miss the next jaw-dropping chapter in this unbelievable saga. Trust me, the story isn't over yet, and you won't want to miss what's coming next.
I gotta say something about this, bro. Dwayne Wade, you gone too fucking far, dog. That is a male, a 12-year-old. At 12, they don't even know what their next meal gonna be. They don't have it figured out yet. He might meet a woman, anything at 16, and fall in love with her. But his be gone. How you gonna, like, bro, you going too far, dog. Don't cut his off, bro. Like, bro, for real, if he gonna be gay, let him be gay. But don't cut his off, bro.
Breaking news, the courtroom exploded in shock today, and not a soul in that building was ready for what went down. The Harris family, once sitting pretty at the top of the industry, looking untouchable and polished, is now dangling by a thread, on the brink of complete destruction. And the one who lit the match? None other than Boozy.
People hit me up like, King, I know you tired. You ain't get no sleep. And the truth be told, before this look, I ain't been getting no sleep. You know what I'm saying? I just been outside working, lifestyle. You know, lifestyle just lifing. You know what I'm saying? And, but now I'm damn sure not getting no sleep. This up every morning, and then around the morning time, he like to do that little live concert I be doing with him. And, he like to walk around the house. So,
strutting into court with what he called the ultimate smoking gun against King Harris. Picture this. Silence so sharp, you could slice it open. The judge pounding the gavel trying to keep order, and then Bam! Boozy's lawyer slams a thick file onto the table like a hammer hitting steel. Gasps rippled through the entire courtroom as his voice boomed out. These are the texts the Harris family never wanted the world to see. And then it happened. Lights dim, projector on, and the screen lit up. At first, just blurry images, but within seconds, everyone knew exactly what they were looking at. Private, raw, and damning screenshots from King Harris's own conversations. The words on the screen stabbed like knives, messages King himself allegedly typed with his own fingers. One line stood out, freezing every breath in the room. Dad doesn't know. If they find out the truth about me and the parties, it's over. You could literally feel the air vanish. Time. I sat there drenched in sweat, his hands trembling like he was gripping onto his entire empire slipping away. King's eyes welled up with tears, his whole world flashing before him, while Boozy just leaned back, soaking in the chaos he had unleashed like a bomb in the middle of Atlanta's royal family. Boozy leaned back in his chair with that cold, mocking smirk that sent chills across the room, like he already knew he had the Harris Empire dangling by a thread. The air was so thick, even veteran reporters who've seen it all were whispering, "This is the end of the Harris dynasty." But the nightmare didn't stop there. It went darker, way darker. Because right after those texts, another bomb dropped. Voice notes, chilling recordings of King Harris himself, admitting he was set up, caught in twisted late-night parties that were allegedly orchestrated by Boozy's own son. The shock was unreal. What started as whispers turned into screams across the courtroom. It didn't take long for the media to slap a label on it. The dark secret of King Harris. Within minutes, the internet was on fire. Hashtags lit up every timeline. Hashtag King Secret exposed. Hashtag Boozy wins. Hashtag Harris family destroyed. The scandal wasn't just messy. It was catastrophic. This wasn't just another family feud. This was betrayal in its rawest form. A tragedy so public, it felt like the collapse of a whole legacy, playing out like a live soap opera in front of millions. And then, silence. The entire courtroom froze as every eye locked on Boozy. He slammed his phone down on the judge's desk with a crack that echoed through the chamber. His voice trembled with rage, but his words sliced through the air like blades. "You wanted the truth? You think you know King Harris? Nah, you don't know nothing. Let me show you what he's been hiding." The energy was electric. This wasn't just evidence. This was war, and Boozy came ready to burn it all down. Gasps ripped through the courtroom so loud it sounded like a wave crashing against stone. Even the lawyers froze in place, their mouths half open, papers slipping from their hands. The judge leaned forward, his gavel stuck midair, torn between banging it down to end the madness or letting the chaos consume the room. And then, one swipe changed everything. The projector screen lit up, revealing a series of leaked text messages no one on Earth was supposed to see. The very first words hit like a sledgehammer, sending shockwaves through every corner of the courtroom. The messages were between King Harris and a shadowy, unidentified contact. Messages that revealed secrets so disturbing, so twisted, that people in the gallery literally clutched their chests in shock. Some shook their heads in denial. Others whispered under their breath, "No, no, this can't be real." But it was real. Deadly real. The timestamps, the slang, the tone, it all pointed to one terrifying truth. King Harris had been living a double life. Boozy's voice cracked like thunder as he snatched the words off the screen and read them aloud. He wasn't just exposing King Harris. He was ripping apart the polished royal image the Harris family had spent decades building. His roar filled the courtroom. "You lied to your fans. You lied to your father. You lied to the world. But these texts, these don't lie." The words echoed, bouncing off the walls like gunshots. All eyes darted back to King Harris, and that's when the transformation hit. The cocky, arrogant kid that the internet thought they knew had vanished. His face turned ghost white, drained of all bravado. His hands fidgeted, his knees bounced under the table, and the fear, raw, unfiltered fear, took over his entire body. His lawyers leaned in, frantically whispering desperate strategies into his ear, but he wasn't hearing a word. He knew what the rest of the world was realizing in real time. The walls were closing in, and there was no way out. The mask King Harris had worn for so long, perfectly polished, carefully crafted, was smashed to pieces right there in front of the world. These texts weren't just humiliating, they were catastrophic. They exposed betrayals nobody saw coming, hidden battles he kept buried, and a desperation so raw it left the courtroom trembling. Phrases like, "I can't keep this hidden anymore," and "if they find out, it's over for me," painted a haunting picture of a young man spiraling deep into a shadowy world, far darker than anyone ever imagined. Fans sitting in the back row couldn't even hold back their tears. This wasn't just gossip, it was heartbreak in motion. They weren't witnessing some random celebrity scandal. They were watching a legacy heir collapse in real time. The boy once held high beside his superstar father was now crumbling, his empire slipping through his fingers while the cameras caught every second of it. But then, the part that froze every single breath in the room, the confessions. Buried inside those texts were revelations that cut deeper than family betrayal. They tied King Harris to choices with chilling life or death stakes. Decisions that weren't just reckless, but dangerous enough to wipe away his reputation and erase his future forever. And then came the line that turned the courtroom into a graveyard of silence. Boosie's voice cracked as he read it aloud. "If this comes out, they'll bury me alive. And I don't mean in the media." The words hung heavy, like a curse echoing through the walls. People gasped, some covered their mouths, others sat frozen in disbelief. The weight of danger, despair, and doom was undeniable. King Harris wasn't just in trouble, he was in deep. Even T.I., sitting across the courtroom, couldn't hold his mask together anymore. His jaw tightened, his fist clenched, and his eyes locked on his son with a pain so raw it shook the room. For the first time ever, the proud father didn't look like a giant. He looked broken. This wasn't the legacy T.I. had built. This wasn't the future anyone imagined for King Harris. It was a nightmare unraveling in real time. Live in front of cameras, journalists scribbling every word, and millions watching across the globe. Outside the courthouse, reporters were sprinting to push out breaking notifications, while inside the digital world caught fire. Social media went into full-blown meltdown. Your King Harris exposed. Your Earth Boozy leaks. Our dark secret revealed. The hashtags were endless. Twitter was drowning in threads. Instagram lives were popping off, and TikTok edits were already remixing the scandal with dramatic music and flashing headlines. The downfall of King Harris wasn't just trending, it was viral history in the making. But inside that courtroom, this wasn't about hashtags. This was raw, brutal, human devastation. Boozy sat there breathing heavy, staring King Harris dead in the eyes as if to say, "I warned you this day would come." King tried to look away, but he couldn't escape the avalanche of evidence. Every text, every confession, every piece of his hidden double life was laid bare, ripped apart line by line for the world to judge. His empire wasn't just cracking, it was crumbling. And the heartbreak? It was written on the faces of those who loved him most. Tiny buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Family members whispered prayers under the breath, desperate for a miracle that wasn't coming. Even Boozy's fiery rage began to shift, his voice colder now, tinged with something that almost resembled pity. Because in that moment, this wasn't just about winning a case anymore. This was about unveiling a tragedy so deep it would stain the Harris name for generations. The gallery sat frozen, not even daring to breathe, as more texts flashed across the record. These weren't just scandalous. They were heartbreaking confessions of hidden pain, secret breakdowns at 3 a.m., and shady dealings that pointed to betrayal from within his own circle. The courtroom wasn't just watching a scandal. They were watching a legacy burned to ash right before their eyes. This was a darkness nobody ever saw coming from King Harris, and now it was out in the open for the entire world to dissect. There was no escaping it, no denying it, and the weight of it all pressed down like a ton of bricks. By the time the judge finally called for a recess, the damage was done, was irreversible. The world had already seen enough to drag the Harris brand into the dirt. The music, the fame, the power, the royalty of Atlanta. It had all been drowned under the flood of one brutal revelation. King Harris's darkest secret wasn't just exposed. It had been unleashed like a beast, and it wasn't going back in the cage. And while King sat frozen in shame, Boozy strutted out of the courtroom with his phone still in his hand, cameras flashing in his face like fireworks on the 4th of July. One question lit up every headline, every comment section, every whisper in that courthouse. If these texts were only the beginning, then what monsters were still hiding in the shadows? Because one thing was clear, the story wasn't over. No, it was only just getting started. The second those courtroom doors swung shut, the building erupted like a storm breaking loose. Reporters bolted down the halls, stumbling over each other to be the first to drop the next explosive update. Outside, journalists were screaming into live cameras, while bloggers and Twitter spaces were already dissecting every single line. Meanwhile, inside, King Harris sat slumped low in his chair like his soul had been sucked out of him. His whole body shook as if the floor beneath him had given way. His lawyers leaned in close, whispering strategies, but it was useless. He wasn't hearing a word. His eyes stayed glued to the table, empty and lifeless. He looked like a ghost, drained, broken, and terrified of what was coming next. Because everyone in that room knew the truth. Boozy wasn't finished. Those texts were just the opening shot, and if a few screenshots could bring King Harris to his knees, then whatever Boozy had lined up next had the power to end him completely. Boozy stormed out of the chamber with fire still blazing in his eyes. He threw his phone up high toward the cameras like a trophy, reporters shoving mics in his face, desperate for the next bombshell. The war had just begun. "You ain't seen nothing yet." Boozy's voice cut through the chaos like a blade, cold, commanding, dripping with vengeance. His tone made the walls shake, every word heavy with the promise of more destruction. The world thinks King Harris is innocent? Nah, these receipts, these messages, they prove he's been playing everybody. And I'm not stopping until the whole truth comes out. Within minutes, the media spun into overdrive. Headlines blared across every phone screen. Boozy drops, bombshell in court, leaked messages, expose King Harris, T.I.'s son in crisis. The internet didn't just react. It erupted. Live streams pulled in millions of viewers in real time. Fans recorded tearful reaction videos, and haters cheered like they had front row seats to the fall of a dynasty. What had started as a courtroom hearing had transformed into a global spectacle. Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, every platform was flooded. The downfall of King Harris wasn't just gossip, it was entertainment. It was tragedy. It was history being written in neon lights across the culture. Inside the recess room, though, it wasn't flashing hashtags, it was devastation. Tiny sobbed uncontrollably, her hands trembling as she whispered desperate prayers under her breath. The woman who had fought to keep her family strong looked shattered beyond repair. Across the room, I was pacing like a lion locked in a cage, fists balled, his face twisted with rage and humiliation. For years, he had gone to war for his son, defending him, building him up, silencing critics. But now even I couldn't protect him. The betrayal was too sharp, the evidence too brutal, the shame too public. But the most chilling part? Those texts weren't just about King Harris himself. Hidden in the messages were hints of something much bigger, secrets tangled up with other names, other players, other lives, shady dealings, unnamed accomplices, and whispers of a conspiracy that went deeper than anyone had imagined. The implication was terrifying. King wasn't just protecting himself. He was guarding secrets dangerous enough to collapse reputations, wreck families, and maybe even cost lives. The Harris scandal wasn't just personal anymore. It had just blown wide open into something far darker. When recess ended and the judge stepped back into the chamber, the air grew suffocating, so heavy you could almost taste the tension. Reporters jammed the benches shoulder to shoulder, cameras rolling despite the court's desperate attempts to keep them silent. Everyone was waiting, buzzing with one question. What was Boozy going to reveal next? The answer came fast. Boozy's lawyer rose to his feet, clutching another file, thicker, heavier, more dangerous than the last. He held it high for everyone to see, shaking it with theatrical flair. Your Honor, what we showed earlier? That was only a fraction. What we have here, this is the complete picture. A shiver ran through the room. King Harris's breathing quickened, his chest rising and falling like he was drowning in air he couldn't catch. His eyes darted around the courtroom, searching for escape, but finding none. And then, barely above a whisper, he muttered to himself, "I'm finished." The reading began. Line after line, the text spilled out, each one more explosive than the last. References to nights of betrayal, strange mentions of money changing hands, cryptic conversations about secrets that could never be traced back. The language was twisted, eerie, enough to make stomachs churn and jaws drop. This wasn't just a kid caught up in reckless mistakes. This wasn't teenage rebellion. This was something darker, something criminal. Gasps rippled through the gallery, some people even crying out in disbelief as the image of King Harris shifted right before their eyes. No longer just a troubled air, he was starting to look like something far more sinister. And then came the final dagger. The last message read aloud in the courtroom, sending chills down spines everywhere. "They'll never believe it's me. Not as long as my family keeps protecting me." The words echoed in the chamber like a curse. Heads turned instantly toward T.I. and Tiny as whispers spread like wildfire. Was the Harris family part of the cover-up all along? The courtroom exploded into chaos. Ty shot to his feet, his voice cracking with fury as he roared, "Enough! This has gone too far." His entire body trembled, veins bulging as guards rushed to hold him back. But it was already too late. The words had been read, the damage had been done, and the image of his family, the legacy he had built, lay in ruins. Outside, reporters went wild, replaying the moment in real time with captions screaming across TV screens. T.I. breaks down in court, and King Harris's double life exposed. Twitter was flooded with clips of Tiny collapsing into her chair, sobbing so hard her cries echoed through the courtroom like the soundtrack of a tragedy. The Harris empire wasn't just shaken, it was collapsing in front of millions. And King? He sat motionless, staring down at his hands as if they didn't even belong to him. Tears welled in his eyes, but they never fell. He looked like a man drowning in silence, lost in a storm he created but couldn't escape. The once loud, cocky, brash King Harris, the one fans thought they knew, was gone. In his place sat a broken boy, hollow-eyed and haunted by his own truth. But Boozy wasn't done. Not even close. He leaned forward slowly, his stare locked on King with a fire so sharp it cut through the air. His voice came low, but it sliced through the room like a blade. "You thought you could play me? You thought you could lie, cheat, and hide behind your daddy's name? Nah, the truth always comes out. And now, the truth just destroyed you." Gasps erupted. Some covered their mouths, others shouted in disbelief. The judge banged his gavel furiously, calling for order, but nothing, absolutely nothing, could stop the chaos from spilling over. This wasn't just a courtroom hearing anymore, it was the public execution of a family's reputation. The Harris family name was bleeding out in front of the world. Their reputation, once untouchable, was collapsing in real time. Fans who used to scream King Harris's name in pure admiration were now screaming in shock, disbelief, and raw betrayal as the court adjourned for the day. Outside, the streets were absolute pandemonium. Cameras swarmed like vultures, protesters roared with fury, and fans broke down sobbing in the middle of the chaos. Some screamed for justice, others begged for mercy, but no matter what side they were on, every single person agreed on one chilling truth: nothing would ever be the same again. And in the heart of that storm, Boozy. He strutted past the flashing cameras, phone still glowing in his hand like a trophy of destruction. His head held high, his expression cold. He didn't need a long speech, just one bone-chilling sentence that sent the crowd gasping, the world frozen in silence. This ain't just the end of King Harris. This is the beginning of something bigger. The silence that followed was heavier than gunfire, because if what Boozy had already shown was only the beginning, then whatever else he had locked away in that phone could destroy not just King, but an entire empire built on the Harris name. The internet knew it, the media knew it, and the world was watching every second, waiting for the next bombshell to drop. By the next morning, the courthouse had turned into a full-blown war zone. News vans jammed the streets, helicopters circled overhead, and protesters screamed through megaphones at the gates. Some waved signs defending the Harris family, others carried posters demanding justice, but everyone agreed on one undeniable fact. This case wasn't just scandalous. It had already become the most explosive, unforgettable scandal hip-hop had ever seen. And then came the moment. King Harris arrived under heavy guard, cameras firing like gunshots. Every step he took broadcasted across the globe. The young heir who once walked with swagger now walked with shackles of shame, facing a storm that could swallow him whole. King Harris walked in with his hoodie, yanked low over his face, but it didn't matter. The cameras still caught everything. His swollen eyes, his trembling lips, the hollow look of a young man who looked less like a star and more like a prisoner of his own sins. He was being dragged into a battlefield he could no longer escape. Tiny gripped his hand tight, whispering prayers through her sobs, but her tears betrayed her breaking spirit. I marched beside them like a storm waiting to erupt, jaw clenched, every step radiating fury that could barely be contained. Inside, the courtroom was suffocating with tension. The judge sat stone-faced, giving nothing away, while reporters leaned forward in their seats like hungry wolves circling fresh blood. And Boozy? Boozy sat back with that infuriating smirk, his eyes glinting like he already knew the destruction he was about to unleash. Then his lawyer rose, voice booming across the chamber. Yesterday, we exposed the texts. But today we bring you the voices behind those words. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. A single click, and then it began. The courtroom filled with King Harris's own voice, raw, panicked, undeniable. They don't know. Dad can't find out. If the press gets this, it's over. The money, the deals, everything. Gone. I can't stop Boozy. I'm trapped. Gasps tore through the gallery like thunder. Tiny buried her face in both hands, sobbing uncontrollably, her cries echoing through the chamber like a funeral hymn. T.I. shot out of his chair, his whole body trembling with rage, but bailiffs grabbed him, forcing him back down before the eruption could turn violent. And then came the second recording, darker, heavier, King's voice again, but this time slower, heavier, dripping with dread, an admission that froze the entire room to stone. They set me up, but I played along. I had no choice. VH1 was in on it. The producers told me to stay quiet. They wanted the ratings. They wanted the drama. And now, it's too big to stop. The words blasted through the courtroom like a grenade. The judge's gavel slammed down again and again, but order was already gone. It didn't matter. The damage was irreversible. The very suggestion that reality TV producers not only knew about King's dark secret, but encouraged it for profit, sent shockwaves through the entire entertainment industry. Social media instantly erupted into digital chaos. Hashtag shot to the top of the charts. Hashtag K confession. Hashtag VH1 exposed. Hashtag Harris Empire burns. Twitter spaces were packed with debates. TikTok feeds overflowed with reaction videos, and YouTube went live with breakdowns before the recess even ended. The scandal wasn't just hip-hop anymore, it was dragging the whole reality TV world down with it. Inside the courtroom, King buried his face in his trembling hands, whispering over and over, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." But no apology could erase the nightmare of what had just been unleashed. That's when T.I. snapped. He bolted upright, his voice cracking under the weight of rage and heartbreak. "Y'all trying to destroy my family. This ain't justice. This is a circus." His words thundered across the room, but the cameras outside twisted them instantly into fresh headlines. T.I. loses control in court. The judge demanded silence, banging his gavel furiously, but it was useless. The spectacle had already spun out of control. Every network, every blog, every influencer account was replaying King's voice on a loop. Fans sobbed live on TikTok whispering, "How could King do this?" while others accused the Harris family of staging a cover-up that had finally gone nuclear. And just when it felt like the storm couldn't get any darker, Boosie's lawyer stood again. With a slow, deliberate motion, he pulled out one last weapon from his case, a small USB drive that gleamed under the fluorescent lights. The gallery gasped. If the text broke King, if the recordings broke T.I., then whatever was on that USB might burn the entire empire to the ground. Boosie's lawyer locked eyes with the judge, his voice sharp enough to cut glass. This is the recording that proves everything. A click. Then King's trembling voice filled the room, weak, broken, undeniable. If this gets out, Dad's empire dies. The Harris name, it's over, and maybe that's what needs to happen. The silence that followed was suffocating. You could hear hearts breaking. Tiny collapsed to the floor, her screams piercing through the chamber, echoing with the agony of a mother watching her family shatter into dust. I froze, his face hollow, his eyes gone dead. His son, his pride, his heir, his legacy hadn't just confessed. He had admitted that maybe the Harris family deserved to fall. Betrayal at the deepest level, captured on record, captured on camera, captured forever. And the world outside saw it all in real time. Fans lit Harris merchandise on fire during live streams, flames reflected in their tears. Former collaborators scrambled to cut ties, dropping statements overnight. Endorsements vanished like smoke in the wind. Even VH1, the very network tied into the storm, issued a cold, calculated response. We are reviewing the allegations and recordings with legal counsel. The Harris family wasn't just under attack. They were standing on the brink of total annihilation. By the end of that day, it was chaos in Atlanta. Court security had to escort the Harris family out beneath riot shields. Protesters screamed at the gates, some demanding justice, others sobbing in disbelief, while journalists shoved microphones in their faces, desperate for one final quote from the family that once reigned supreme. I guided a broken Tiny into an armored car. His arm wrapped tight around her as if holding her together was all he had left. Behind them, King followed slowly, his head bowed so low it looked like he was trying to disappear into the ground, drowning in shame, drowning in the weight of the truth he himself had unleashed. And then, the final image that burned itself into history. Boosie stepped onto the courthouse steps, both hands raised high in the air like a general declaring victory. Cameras flashed, microphones thrust forward, the crowd roaring in chaos all around him. And with a smirk that would haunt the Harris name forever, he shouted one single word to the world: the truth.
Fuck T.I. and that little bastard is King Harris.
Message, you know what I'm saying? You have been challenged, sir. You have been challenged, sir. Hook the motherfucking speakers up. God damn it. Hook this shit up. Let's get this shit on. I'm tired of talking about it. Tired of talking about this shit.
Then that's what it was about. You know what I'm saying? Now, they're about, oh, you playing? Okay, you gonna play. All right, cool. But how about fuck all of it?
So y'all talked about it, you saying?
Mm-hmm.
You went out there.
Years ago. Years ago we spoke about it.
I think it'd be a great battle, though.
New explosive footage of 50 Cent and T.I. clashing has completely taken over the internet, and people can't stop talking about it. The clip spread across social media like wildfire, with fans replaying every second trying to figure out what really happened. And when you see the moment things spiraled out of control, you'll understand why even a real police department reportedly stepped in and made it clear this situation was bigger than a normal celebrity argument.
God damn it. Y'all goddamn set a time. Set a motherfucking time and let's go. Tired of talking. Shit. This man been goddamn picking on people for so long. Man been bullying y'all, throwing motherfuckers around. Bring your ass on out, 50. Let's see what this shit gonna be about. Alright?
What started as casual talk about a friendly Verzuz-style music battle quickly turned into something far more personal and chaotic. The tension exploded into one of the wildest rap feuds hip-hop has seen in years, the kind of drama that had fans comparing it to when Drake and Kendrick had the entire internet in meltdown mode. But the real shock came when the conflict crossed a line nobody expected. By early March, the feud had grown into something much deeper than rap bars. It became a family war. T.I.'s sons, King Harris and Damani Harris, were no longer just watching from the sidelines.
50 Cent music ain't terrible, but the thing is, he can't compete.
Right.
This ain't the way you can compete, because it's like you're gonna have to tackle, you're gonna have to drop 3 dishes to even catch up. And you gotta drop them in 3 different forms. You gotta drop one being lyrical, you gotta drop one being sentimental, and you gotta drop one being very disrespectful.
I think the best thing for 50 to do is not drop anything, just to bow out gracefully.
Yeah, just say, bro, y'all got it.
They jumped directly into the fight, dropping diss tracks aimed straight at 50 Cent, leaving the internet stunned at how far this situation had escalated. King Harris stepped into the spotlight on March 6th and wasted no time firing back. He dropped a track called Drop Top, and from the first seconds, it was obvious this wasn't some soft attempt to defend his father. King went straight at 50 Cent, mocking how he handled the feud and taking shots at the way 50 used the Power theme song as a jab against the Harris family. King made it clear he believed that move was weak. In his lyrics, he suggested it looked like something a man would do when he doesn't want to step onto a stage and settle things like real artists do. The energy was loud, aggressive, and people online immediately started paying attention to what he was saying. But King Harris didn't stop with just music. In one of the most shocking moves of the entire feud, he began selling merchandise called Ms. Jackson OG packs. The products featured 50 Cent's photo and referenced the name of 50's late mother. Fans instantly realized this wasn't random. It was a calculated shot designed to push the feud into deeply personal territory, and the internet exploded with reactions the moment people noticed it. Reaction videos started flooding every corner of the internet within hours. Commentary channels, hip-hop bloggers, and fans all jumped in to break down every line. What shocked people even more was the reaction from some of 50 Cent's own supporters. A few of the loudest voices who had been backing him during the feud suddenly went quiet, realizing this situation was getting far more serious than anyone expected. Then Damani Harris stepped in with his own diss track titled $Why. This record came from a completely different angle, but it hit just as hard. Instead of going after 50's career or his family history, Damani brought up the domestic violence allegations that had been publicly discussed by Daphne Joy, 50 Cent's former girlfriend. The moment those claims entered the conversation, the entire tone of the feud changed. What had started as hip-hop entertainment suddenly turned into deeply personal warfare, with both sides dragging up stories many people in the industry preferred to keep buried. Watching everything spiral out of control, T.I. later admitted in an interview that none of this actually made him happy. He explained that for years, he had tried to keep King Harris, especially, away from the kind of street-level rap conflicts that had nearly derailed his own career in the past. Seeing his son step directly into that fire, even while defending the family name, was something T.I. described as painful. But by that point, the momentum was already building. The drama had taken on a life of its own. Now, in hip-hop, when artists feel disrespected, the usual response is simple. They head to the studio, record a diss track, and let the music speak for them. But 50 Cent has never been a typical artist. When it came time to answer the Harris family's attacks, 50 didn't grab a notebook and start writing bars. Instead, he used something far bigger, his television empire. In a move that caught even his critics off guard, he buried his response inside the official theme song for Power Origins, the newest chapter in the hugely successful Power franchise. It was a strategic play that instantly got people talking. The track featured Leon Thomas, and at first glance, it looked like nothing more than promotion for the new show. But listeners who paid close attention started noticing something interesting hidden in the lyrics. Some lines appeared to reference the sexual assault allegations that had been publicly discussed about T.Y. and Tiny Harris in previous years. That's when fans realized this wasn't just music. This was a calculated message. 50 Cent wasn't simply responding to the feud. He was doing something much smarter. Instead of dropping a traditional diss track that might trend for a few days and disappear, he placed his response inside a streaming theme song connected to a major TV franchise. That meant the song could generate revenue, promote his brand, and keep the conversation alive for years. Fans online noticed immediately, and the reactions exploded across social media. One comment that went massively viral summed up the entire situation perfectly. Someone wrote, "Most men write a diss track to get a reaction. 50 Cent composes a theme song to get a residual check." That line spread across the internet even faster than the song itself, and it perfectly captured why T.I. and his camp found the move so frustrating. 50 wasn't just arguing back. He was monetizing the feud. When 50 finally posted the track publicly, his caption was classic 50 Cent. Short, cold, and straight to the point. "Lol, they gonna learn to leave me alone." No long explanation, no emotional rant, no dramatic diss track rollout. Just a quiet, ruthless move that said everything while technically saying nothing. Meanwhile, T.I. had originally wanted something completely different. A real showdown on a Verzuz stage with bright lights, a crowd watching, and both artists going hit for hit with decades of music history. What T.I. expected was a direct battle. What he actually got was something very different, a subtle jab hidden inside a TV soundtrack. And that move irritated his camp immediately. But the situation was still mostly verbal sparring at that point. The real explosion came a little later, during one moment that completely flipped the tone of the feud. It happened the instant 50 Cent posted an unflattering photo of Tiny Harris, T.I.'s wife, along with a caption warning T.I. to keep his name out of the conversation. The post spread across social media in minutes, and the reaction was instantly divided. Half of the internet laughed and treated it like classic 50 Cent trolling. The other half felt uncomfortable, because going after someone's wife publicly is a line many hip-hop fans consider a serious escalation. Suddenly, the feud didn't feel like entertainment anymore. But the drama didn't stop there. Not long after, 50 made another post comparing King Harris to the internet meme Pepe the Frog. The post included a visual joke aimed directly at King's appearance. At that point, it was clear the conflict had moved beyond music. It wasn't about records, charts, or legacy anymore. It had become personal. Then King Harris answered in a way that shocked almost everyone watching. He appeared publicly wearing a t-shirt printed with the face of 50 Cent's late mother. Photos of King wearing that shirt spread across social media at a speed that felt unreal. The image immediately became one of the most talked about moments of the entire feud. Later on, T.I. admitted that seeing that photo was painful. He understood why his son felt the need to defend the family, but he also said that was the moment he personally wished things had never gone that far. There's an old rule everyone in hip-hop understands. When family gets involved, everything changes. Once someone crosses that line, the other side usually feels justified doing the same. And that moment didn't stay isolated for long. Not long after the shirt incident started spreading online, Benzino, the rapper and media personality who had recently been recovering after being hit by a vehicle in an unrelated situation, appeared in a street interview wearing the same shirt featuring the image of 50 Cent's late mother. Looking straight into the camera, he calmly said the Harris family had already defeated 50 in this situation. Coming from Benzino, someone who has spent years involved in high-profile rap conflicts, That statement carried weight. To many viewers, it sounded almost like an announcement that parts of the culture had picked a side in the feud. Then Rick Ross added even more fuel to the situation by jumping into social media comment sections and publicly supporting King Harris. At that point, it started to look like an informal alliance was forming around the growing anti-50 conversation online. Meanwhile, I wasn't slowing down on the music side either. He dropped 4 diss tracks back-to-back: War, The Right One, Lessons, and What Bully. Each record came out quickly after the last, and the lyrics grew sharper every time. The run reminded fans that when T.I. is fully locked in, he's still one of the most skilled rappers in the game. Then came one of the strangest moments of the entire saga. The South Fulton Police Department, which oversees the Atlanta area where much of this drama was unfolding, actually posted a message on Facebook saying they had received calls about the feud. Their official statement was simple and almost humorous. The situation, they explained, was completely outside their investigative jurisdiction. That police post ended up going viral on its own. It spread across social media completely separate from the music, and for a brief moment, it gave everyone watching, no matter which side they supported, something to actually laugh about. But to understand how this entire situation exploded, you have to rewind back to early February 2026 to a podcast couch where T.I. sat down with Shannon Sharpe and Chad Ochocinco on their popular show, Nightcap. What T.I. revealed during that conversation wasn't just casual frustration, it sounded like a serious accusation. And the moment people heard it, the internet started paying very close attention. During the interview, T.I. publicly claimed, for the first time, that he and 50 Cent had already reached a private agreement to do a versus battle. According to T.I., this wasn't a rumor or fan speculation. He said the two of them had actually talked about it directly. They had conversations about how the event could work, what the format might look like, and when it could happen. I explained that based on those talks, he believed both sides were moving forward together. But then, according to him, everything suddenly flipped. T.I. said that when the idea became public, 50 Cent started acting like the entire conversation had never happened. Instead of confirming the plan, 50 laughed about the versus idea in public interviews, played confused, and made it look like T.I. was randomly chasing a battle that had never been discussed. The expression on T.I.'s face during the interview told viewers everything they needed to know. As he explained the situation, his frustration was obvious. His words were direct and hard to misunderstand. He said, "We talked about this. When I jumped out there, he acted like he didn't know what was going on." That moment revealed something deeper than a simple rap rivalry. To T.I., it felt like a personal betrayal. Not just competition between artists, but the feeling of being made to look foolish by someone he believed had already made a private agreement with him. I also made it clear that his feelings toward 50 Cent had moved far beyond simple frustration. During the interview, he didn't hold back at all. He said plainly, "I don't want to stand on stage with him. I don't respect him." Those 2 sentences changed everything. In that moment, any remaining chance of a peaceful resolution disappeared, and the internet suddenly realized this feud had officially turned into a full-blown war. But 50 Cent's reaction to the interview wasn't what many people expected. Instead of directly responding to the versus accusation, 50 went in a completely different direction. He dug deep into the archives and resurfaced an old Crime Stoppers advertisement and court footage connected to T.I. Then he posted the clips across his social media with a caption calling him King Rat. That move instantly reignited one of the most damaging accusations that has followed T.I. for years. The claim that he had cooperated with law enforcement in the past to reduce his prison sentence. The rumor had been circulating in parts of hip-hop culture since 2007, and 50 knew exactly how sensitive that subject still was in certain circles. Meanwhile, King Harris wasn't staying quiet while his family was being attacked. After watching 50 mock his father's wife and bring up old legal controversies, King responded with his own argument. He referenced the well-known story of 50 Cent surviving 9 gunshots earlier in his life. But instead of praising that survival story the way many fans usually do, King framed it differently. He suggested that 50 had built a reputation as someone who targets people publicly and uses his massive platform to embarrass others who don't have the same reach. At that point, the feud had developed multiple layers: family, reputation, history, and pride. And every single one of them had become deeply personal. And the truth is, none of this tension appeared overnight. To understand why the 2026 version of this conflict exploded so quickly and spread across the internet like wildfire, you have to look at what had already been building between these camps for years. To really understand this conflict, you have to rewind nearly 20 years, back to a time when both of these men were dominating hip-hop in completely different ways. The tension didn't start recently. The seeds were planted long ago, during an era when T.I. and 50 Cent were two of the most powerful figures in the entire industry. Around 2006 and into 2007, T.I. was at a level of influence that almost felt unreal. His claim to the title King of the South wasn't just talk. It was backed by platinum albums, sold-out arenas, and a cultural impact across Atlanta and the southern United States that reshaped the rap landscape. His music, his style, and his presence were everywhere. At the same time, 50 Cent was running the game from a completely different angle. Coming off the massive success of Get Rich or Die Tryin', one of the most commercially successful debut albums in hip-hop history, 50 had built an empire around G-Unit. His influence stretched far beyond music into television, film projects, and major brand partnerships. Both men were powerful, respected, and fiercely competitive. Then, everything changed in late 2007. T.I. was arrested during a federal sting operation after attempting to purchase illegal automatic weapons, including machine guns and suppressors, from an undercover agent. The arrest instantly became national news and dominated headlines everywhere. But what happened next is what truly created the controversy that still follows him today. T.I. eventually accepted a plea agreement that resulted in a prison sentence many observers described as surprisingly light, considering the seriousness of the charges. That outcome immediately sparked speculation across parts of the hip-hop community. Some people began suggesting that he must have cooperated with federal authorities in exchange for the reduced sentence. The snitch label attached itself to T.Y.'s name almost overnight. And even though T.I. has repeatedly and strongly denied those claims, the rumor never fully disappeared from the conversation. Those rumors didn't disappear with time. They followed T.I. through major milestones in his career, resurfacing again and again whenever his name entered a heated conversation. And 50 Cent recognized an opportunity in that situation, an opportunity he didn't hesitate to use. He began publicly calling T.I. a snitch, repeating the accusation across interviews and social media. With 50's enormous platform and influence, the claim quickly reached every corner of the hip-hop world. Whether people believed it or not, the conversation had already taken on a life of its own. For T.I., that kind of public attack coming from someone with 50's reach wasn't something that could easily be ignored or forgotten. It planted a deep seed of resentment between the two artists, a quiet tension that continued to grow behind the scenes for more than 15 years. Over time, though, it sometimes looked like the feud might soften. During the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, When the music industry had slowed down and artists were connecting with fans online more than ever, T.I. took a moment on social media to wish 50 Cent a happy birthday. In the same post, he also suggested something interesting, a versus battle between them. To many fans, it felt like a peace offering with a challenge attached. But 50's response came quickly, and it was far from enthusiastic. He laughed the idea off publicly, treated it like a joke, and showed no serious interest in making the battle happen. That rejection clearly stung, but T.I. didn't completely abandon the idea. Later on, at the premiere event for 50's hit series BMF, T.I. brought the subject up again, this time face-to-face and in front of a crowd. He pressed 50 directly about the versus idea, hoping for a different answer. Once again, 50 declined. This time, the refusal felt less like a simple scheduling issue and more like something personal. Yet behind the scenes, according to sources close to both camps, the situation might have been more complicated. Reports suggested that the two men had actually been in private discussions in Los Angeles, talking about collaborations, promotional appearances, and eventually even reaching a verbal agreement to move forward with the versus battle. And that's exactly why everything that exploded in February and March of 2026 felt so intense. If those private talks really happened, then from T.Y.'s perspective, 50 didn't just reject the battle. He reversed course without warning, leaving T.I. looking like he had made the entire plan up. When you strip away the memes, the merchandise, and the diss tracks, what remains is something much bigger than a normal rap feud. This entire situation reveals something fascinating about where hip-hop stands in 2026 and what it really means to be a rap legend in the era of social media warfare. Because at its core, this feud isn't simply about two men with old grudges finally losing patience with each other. It's actually a clash between two completely different philosophies about power, and about how that power should be used. Throughout the conflict, T.I.'s strategy has followed what many fans would recognize as the traditional code of hip-hop. When someone disrespects you, you respond with music. You go bar for bar, track for track, and if necessary, you stand on a stage and let the crowd decide who wins. That's exactly what T.I. tried to do. He recorded music, dropped 4 diss tracks in rapid succession, appeared in interviews, and spoke openly about how he felt. Over and over again, he challenged 50 Cent to meet him in an arena where lyrical skill would be the deciding factor. For fans who grew up with that version of hip-hop, watching that approach felt familiar and satisfying. But 50 Cent's strategy operated on a completely different level. He never released a traditional diss track. He never agreed to the versus battle. Instead, he turned social media into his battlefield. He used memes, trolling, and strategic posts to keep the conversation spinning, pushing his opponent's emotions while entertaining millions of viewers at the same time. He even embedded his response inside a television project connected to the Power franchise, meaning the feud could generate attention and revenue, no matter how the argument ended. Then, just as quickly, he deleted some of the most controversial posts, leaving the internet arguing about them long after they disappeared. After weeks of chaos, 50 Cent suddenly posted a photo of himself sitting comfortably on a private jet with a caption that read something like, "I'm out of here. Y'all hurt my feelings." On the surface, it sounded like he was walking away from the situation. But almost everyone online understood exactly what it really was, another calculated move. Fans quickly pointed out that 50 wasn't retreating at all. He was simply shifting the spotlight again, keeping people talking while stepping back just enough to let the drama keep circulating on its own. And in the middle of all that chaos, something interesting happened for T.I. His comeback single, Let Him Know, suddenly climbed to the #1 spot on urban radio while the feud was at its peak. Whether the timing was intentional or pure coincidence, the impact was obvious. T.I. was getting streams, media attention, and being pulled back into major hip-hop conversations he hadn't been part of for years. That led to a question many fans started debating online. Did 50 Cent accidentally help revive T.I.'s momentum simply by engaging with him instead of ignoring the challenge? Comment sections, podcasts, and hip-hop blogs quickly began comparing the situation to Drake versus Kendrick, another feud where the cultural moment became just as important as the music itself. Some people were debating who won the individual exchanges, while others focused on the bigger question: who actually controlled the narrative of the moment? Eventually, T.I. drew his own line when he saw the photo of his son, King Harris, wearing the shirt with 50 Cent's mother on it. That was the moment he publicly decided things had gone far enough. His message was calm but serious. He said, "Y'all chill out, bro." For someone who had been matching every move in the feud, that short statement carried a lot of weight. It wasn't a rapper talking anymore. It was a father deciding the situation was getting too personal. Soon after that, 50 quietly removed some of his most controversial posts, then shared the now famous private jet photo. With that final message about his hurt feelings, he essentially ended his involvement, leaving fans to debate who really won. But one thing is clear. In 2026, rap battles aren't fought only in studios anymore. They're fought through memes, interviews, streaming charts, and social media strategy. And this feud proved that sometimes the biggest victory isn't the loudest diss track, it's controlling the conversation itself. If you want more breakdowns of the biggest rap drama and industry stories, make sure you subscribe to Juicy Reels so you don't miss the next wild chapter.
You think something happened at 18 years old, right? You gonna hold how vocal he is. I've been around this. You gonna hold that in all them damn time? All this damn time for 20-something years, you gonna hold that in? And it finally came?
Yeah. 3302 check. Can you give me the 108 number that shows up on this radio, please?
Did Boozy really just drop the bomb that King Harris jumped his own dad right after getting out of jail? Because the way he spoke, it didn't sound like some internet rumor. It sounded real, like a man who'd actually seen something twisted go down behind closed doors. He wasn't laughing or clout chasing this time. His voice was cold, serious, like someone tired of watching the truth get buried for too long. And the wild part, he didn't even have to say names. Fans instantly connected the dots the second he opened his mouth. The tone, the shade, the tension, it all screamed.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm in control of what you see and what you know what I'm saying? So I would rather that. And I genuinely just like talking to my supporters. Like
one thing, something ugly went down between King and T.I. The internet detectives wasted no time pulling clips, matching dates, and comparing energy between the two. Boozy wasn't protecting nobody's reputation this time. He was exposing something. For months, people been watching King spiral out of control. Fights in public, messy arrests, baby mama drama, talking like he's the biggest gangster alive. And now this? Boozy basically dropped a hint that King and his father's tension might have exploded into something real, something physical. And fans can't stop asking the question, did King actually swing on his own dad? Some fans are convinced Boozy was talking about a real fight.
And this is the exact reason why I think getting a DNA test for fathers should be mandatory, because it's so many men out here that raise children and don't even know that the child is not theirs.
Between T.I. and King after King got out of jail. And if that's true, then this isn't just family tension anymore. This is a straight up war between a rap legend trying to hold onto his legacy and a son determined to prove he's grown, no matter how wild or reckless it looks. The idea of father and son actually throwing hands, that's deeper than drama. It's a full-blown family explosion that nobody saw coming. But let's be real. King Harris didn't just wake up one day and decide to turn up like this. His bad boy image has been brewing for a minute. You could almost see it coming. The attitude, the arrogance, the chaos. Remember that Waffle House incident? The one where King was caught on camera arguing with the workers, yelling like he ran the whole spot, threatening people, and acting completely out of pocket. That clip went crazy online. People were calling him spoiled, lost, and disconnected from reality. And yeah, everyone remembers that video. It went viral faster than anything else he's ever done. The internet roasted him nonstop, saying he was trying too hard to be tough when he grew up rich. That moment alone showed the world that King was spiraling, desperate to prove something that maybe didn't even need proving. That viral video left fans stunned. How could the son of Ty and Tiny be out here talking tough about street life when he literally admitted on camera that he grew up mostly at his grandma's house? People weren't buying the act for a second. It wasn't shade, it was receipts. The internet came with screenshots, clips, and quotes, all proving what many had been saying for years. King's been cosplaying a lifestyle he never really lived. Comment sections lit up with people saying things like, he's chasing a hood image that doesn't belong to him, and he wants street cred so bad, he's willing to crash out for it. It's wild, but they might not be wrong, because lately, it's been looking like King's willing to risk everything, his family name, his reputation, even his future, just to prove he's real. But underneath all that chaos, there's something deeper going on. This isn't just rebellion, it's identity. King's been fighting to escape the massive shadow of his father, the king of the South himself. Living up to that kind of legacy, that's pressure that could crush anyone. Every bad move, every viral moment, it all screams the same message loud and clear. I don't want to be known as T.I.'s son anymore. Then came the breaking point, the arrest. Cameras caught King getting dragged out in handcuffs, his face tight with frustration, not fear. And when that clip hit social media, fans couldn't believe their eyes. Instead of looking scared, he looked annoyed, like it was just another day in his version of keeping it real. That clip exploded online, fast. The comments were brutal and everyone had something to say. It wasn't just trending, it took over the internet. Every blog, every gossip page, every reaction video. Everyone was talking about King Harris and what looked like the fall of a famous family brand. The next day, Ty tried to play it cool by going live, saying he had already talked to King and that he and the rest of the family were perplexed by the situation. But you could see it in his face. He wasn't angry. He was tired. That wasn't a man defending his son. It was a father trying to keep control while watching things spiral out of his hands. Still, fans believe that behind those calm words, things inside the Harris home were boiling. Because, let's be honest, King's arrest might have been the exact moment T.I. realized his son's behavior wasn't just embarrassing, it was dangerous. One more wrong move and the whole Harris brand could collapse. You can picture it, the argument behind closed doors, T.I. trying to talk sense into his son, pleading for him to chill before it's too late, and King shouting back that his dad doesn't understand him, that he's not trying to live under that perfect image anymore. And when King finally got released, that's when things really exploded. Word on the streets, and even some insider whispers, say King showed up at T.I.'s house furious, blaming his dad for not stepping in during his arrest. That's where people believe the King jumped T.I. rumor started. Some say it was a shouting match, others swear it got physical, but either way, that night changed everything. From that point on, fans could feel it. The whole Harris family's energy was off, cold and tense, like something serious had gone down. After that night, fans started watching everything. Who spoke up? Who stayed silent? And who suddenly changed their tone? That's when Boozy jumped into the mix, and the story got way messier. His words didn't sound like gossip. They hit with weight, like someone who actually knew the players involved. And that's because Boozy's not some outsider throwing shade from the sidelines. His own son, Tootie Raw, hangs out with King all the time. They've shot music videos together, posted clips online, even flashed weapons in a few of them. Wild stuff that's gotten both families side-eyed. Boozies had to step in before, trying to calm the boys down before they did something stupid. He knows firsthand how fast young rappers can crash when they start believing their own hype. So when he started hinting that T.I.'s version of events wasn't adding up, fans didn't take it lightly. They started connecting the dots immediately. Maybe Boozy heard what really happened through Tootie. Or maybe he already knew exactly how deep the drama went between T.I. and King that night. And the way Boozy spoke, it didn't sound like he was coming from hate. It sounded like pain, like a man who's watched this movie before. A young artist spiraling into trouble, chasing street respect while his father watches in disbelief. You could almost hear the frustration in his tone, like he was saying, I've been in this game 20 years and never folded. Don't let your son fall where others did. Maybe this wasn't about tearing T.I. down at all. Maybe Boozy was trying to warn him that fame, ego, and pride can turn family into enemies if you don't check it fast. People online started asking, why can't y'all handle your own house? And just when that conversation started catching fire, things took a crazy new turn. Around that same time, King's name got pulled into another wave of rumors. A supposed leaked tape involving his baby mama, and even talk about whether he was the real father. It was messy, wild, and spreading faster than anyone could control. Fans jumped straight into detective mode, tossing out theories, screenshots, and wild claims left and right. For T.I., it had to be another PR nightmare. Imagine trying to protect your son's name while he's trending every other week for fights, arrests, or relationship drama. It was like every time T.I. tried to clean things up, another scandal popped up out of nowhere. But instead of laying low, King did the opposite. He kept posting, clapping back, arguing online, trying to prove he wasn't the one being played. Every move he made just pulled him deeper into the chaos. That's when word got out